Every day I will do something different. It's an order of events. It's a test. Stop fixing people. He said, you're here to learn. You're doing a master's. Stop doing the things that you know work. So now I want you to go out there. You can't do a thing you know works. Find the things you don't understand.
It's time to sit down, keep it real, and cut the bullshit. Welcome to Table Talk. You guys are selecting Marek for your telehealth platform needs. They have a couple different ways that they go about doing this. The first is through a self-selected experience. So there's a Table Talk panel, which is the full panel. That would be the panel that I personally get twice a year. That's checking everything. You name it, it's all there. The other panel is a checkup panel with a guided optimization. You're connected with a patient care coordinator, and the patient care coordinator will meet with you to determine what your needs are, thing to be able to help optimize your health or mitigate without judgment. So the discount code again is Table Talk, Marek Health, for all your hormone optimization and performance needs.
Today's episode is brought to you by elitefts.com. Founded in 1998 with the primary aim to live, learn, and pass on. Please help Elite FTS support this mission by smashing the like button, leaving a comment, sharing with a friend, and thinking of us for your training needs. If you can put it in a gym bag or load weights on it, Elite FTS has it.
What's going on? I'm Dave Tate. We are broadcasting from the middle of the Elite FTS weight room, where the underground still thrives and you're part of the crew. It's time to sit down, keep it real, and cut the bullshit. Welcome to Table Talk. So I had bats.
Oh, really?
Yep. Okay. So we're back with another episode of Table Talk. Today, my guest is Andrew Locke. We were kind of in the middle of a conversation about bats, but we'll get back to that. The way I'm going to introduce you is, I don't even know if I want to say physiotherapist.
I'm glad you don't.
Because I don't know how. Here's what I'm going to say. That you're the guy that everybody goes to when nobody else can get help with. That the serious people that athletes go to when nobody else can help them. And that's from low back, shoulders, pretty much everything. So your background is in strength and conditioning. You have a master's in physio. Physio, I'm not even going to say it, right? Well, here's why I don't want to say it. I think it's a disservice to what you do.
Yeah.
And being in this game for so long and having to go through and having gone through so many different specialists in different modalities, people seem to get trapped in their modality and their field, and they suck. You know, I'm looking at specific, they suck because, and we'll talk about this a little bit because I heard you talk about it in one of the videos, just the kind of the limitations of the education system that comes with the science and so forth. But that kind of, when I heard you talking about that, it also rang true that Dr. Serrano told me a little while ago that 90% of all physicians never do any kind of research after they graduate from med school.
And that comes from interest in what you do. So,
yes.
I agree. One of the first things I tell any health professional, from chiropractic, physical therapy, osteopathy, myotherapy, even medicine to some extent, you've got to lose your religion the day you graduate. Stop being confined to the philosophy that's acceptable only to your community there. You've got to become a health scientist, and you've got to understand everybody can contribute to your education. Don't get shut off because someone's a chiropractor. Don't get shut off because someone's a physical therapist. So yeah, I would say I left physiotherapy behind me a long time ago. I've worked with professionals from Chinese medicine, especially from chiropractic, osteopathy, and they've all given me great input, contributed immensely to making me more of a health scientist.
So what caused that pivot? Because your background was in baseball, cricket, right? So then it's to university, and for that, and obviously strength training, I think you started when you were a teenager, 16.
Yeah.
Was it just what you were learning wasn't jiving with what you were seeing?
Oh, at that time, there is so much you don't know when you graduate, and there's so much you don't know.
Yeah.
It's huge. there's just moments where don't ever think you know anything if you only read research papers. You'll never learn anything from research papers unless you work with human beings. Clinical experience trumps academia by a long shot. If you work for 1 year and you never read a single research paper, but you've got your graduate understanding, you can start to learn. But you've got to work with people. You've got to work with people all the time. Then when you read a research paper, you'll realize the research paper is poorly produced. It's got invalidity within it. The conclusion's erroneous, but you wouldn't know that unless you know your subject. So that for me, pivoting, how do I get from the physiotherapy, hey, I'm a physiotherapist, to realizing that the chiropractor just taught me that.
Yeah.
That probably came from actually working with, just after I left the USA and went back to Australia in about 96. I landed in Australia, immediately hadn't had a job because I had to get back. And that was just because I had a family member who was unwell. And came back, first job I saw, working with a chiropractor in a multidisciplinary centre. Gave me some beautiful insights, taught me how to read MRIs better. I didn't get that in my physical therapy degree, but I got it from him. I learned that his mantra was, always make sure every patient has an MRI, because that way you'll find something wrong with them, and then they'll have a patient for life. That was his plan. You had to hook the patient. Okay, that's not my philosophy. But I learnt a lot of technical work from there. And then because I'd done some postgraduate work, I just finished an examination in Madison, Wisconsin to become a credentialed McKenzie spinal therapist. That you start to develop your own self. And then you deal with more and more professionals. But you haven't earned the right to be up with the best professionals for quite a while. It was 2015 before I met Professor Stuart McGill. I earned the right to talk to him because I read his book at least a dozen times before I spoke to him. And then I was able to ask him a question that he appreciated. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot about earning the right to take the time to let your career develop. We always say it's 10 years to become a overnight sensation. All right, 10 years to a world championship for a lot of athletes. When you talk to them, got your world championship, and people say you came out of nowhere. When did you start training? Yeah, started competing 10 years earlier. Talk to health professionals the same way. There is nobody on social media who is worth listening to who has less than 10 years experience. Doesn't stop them talking loud.
Well, I know I would agree, but my only caveat to that is 10 years of what? Because we know a lot that just don't do anything.
There's a lot of people out there.
They just practice the same things. You know, they're not seeing other disciplines to be able to kind of pull from that.
Well, the greatest gift, there's a couple of gifts we'll talk about here. One of the finest gifts I was given. I was doing my master's degree back in Australia, and I had to do rounds in hospitals as part of the work. After a week at a new hospital, a relatively major one, the head clinician pulled me into his office the next Monday morning. And he said to me, "Stop fixing people." He said, "You're here to learn. You're doing a master's. Stop doing the things that you know work. In fact, you're banned from doing anything you know works right now, because these people here in this public hospital, they're here for you to practice on, to learn from. So now I want you to go out there. You can't do a thing you know works. Find the things you don't understand." Best career advice I ever had. Even yesterday when I was with Matt Wenning and we were taping a shoulder course, we had people there. I explained to the attendees at one point that I'd just performed a series of exercises and examined them in a way I'd never done before in my life. That day. Every day I will do something different. It's an order of events. It's a test, an order of events. It's constantly trying to find information and what is best. And that's where I've made most of my best discoveries, was doing things that are not supposed to be related and finding they are. So that's career development. And I could say now you could look at that's been a daily event for the last couple of decades almost.
I would put in there that you having bench press records throughout your career has played a role in this as well, because you shouldn't practice if you don't train, right? Especially, I'm very wary of any therapist that I would ever go to that doesn't train.
Oh, that's right. They must have trained.
Yes.
I can't imagine that we could possibly get a referral to an individual who doesn't understand what we do.
When you get to surgeons, that gets a little more difficult, but that should be the last resort, that you've already gone through other people that know.
It is, isn't it?
Yes. For me, I've made it that way.
Very good. The neurosurgeon I work with in Australia, Dr. David Johnson, he runs a CrossFit centre, and his passion is movement. I don't know too many other neurosurgeons who can deadlift double body weight.
Yeah.
I
have to first determine how many neurosurgeons I know, right? So then that shortens the list quite radically.
It does. We should ask that when you book in to see a surgeon.
Yes.
What's your surgeon's deadlift?
I have asked.
Good.
I have asked. Well, I asked the referral. So before the referral gives me, the person gives me the referral, does this person understand what I do? That's the first question. And then the second is, do they train themselves? Oh, and that's if it's a cardiologist or if it's orthopedic or whoever it is. And hell, it was just up until a few years ago, I didn't even know such a thing existed as a non-surgical orthopedic.
Wow.
And I'm like, okay. And it's Dr. Jeremy Gurman, who's out of Cincinnati, but he was on the podcast and he presented at Swiss. But how interesting is that? You've just restricted one option from the table that now he has to look at all other options. Yeah. So it becomes more holistic, in nature of what he's going to look to. And if all of those options are exhausted, then, you look at the other and see where it goes from there. With that hands-on experience, I'm going to take this to a different level, because you got decades of that hands-on experience. And then lockdowns come, and then you have to take that hands-on experience and then apply that virtually. I'm assuming it wasn't as hard as what I'm going to think it is, but for you, how long did it take for you to grasp that? Because you're going off just looking at somebody's movements, right? Their lifting movements and stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is kind of validating what we were talking about. If you didn't know that, how could you treat anybody?
You can't.
You see what I'm saying? Because you would be stuck to degrees of motion, which how are you going to really measure that?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, but anyhow, when that happened, how long did it take for that to really lock in? Because that created your ability to work with people around the globe.
It's always been there, so there was no switch.
Okay, you were already doing that.
The interesting thing is it's about, as you exactly describe it, it's your experience with human movement observation. So I would look at some people such as Eddie Cohen, a friend of mine, Emad Naif. Their sets of eyes on human movement are just unparalleled. They see things, I see things, but you see them in such a fast way that you know something's wrong before you even know what it is you saw, but you know it's there. Now, that with me on a video is exactly what we do. And that was what happened when I got fortunately to work with JP Price. JP had a lot of good professionals who'd really worked with him. And Aaron at Squat University had said to JP, ask Andrew for some help on this as well. So speaking to JP, he said one of the problems was stepping out of a squat rack with a bar on his back, he got back pain. So I asked him to send me a video of that. Now, I saw the answer within 2 seconds. It could have been one. As soon as he unracked and he took his first step backwards, I knew his problem. Now, I saw it, but how many other people would have seen it? Well, I only saw it from a professional point of view as well. I could understand that what I saw was an increase in lumbar spine movement where there was supposed to be hip movement. So as he stepped back, he didn't extend his hip enough that I saw there was body movement. Now, as soon as I knew that the answer for him was restoration of hip extension. And there we go. JP then ends up being able to get back to a 600-pound bench. And let's face it, was talking about the fact he could do the other movements as well, but he also couldn't lie down on a bench without back pain. And we did that we resolved that through the restoration of hip extension. Now, that was human movement observation from a video, let alone the 3D ability when you're face to face.
Yeah.
So this is what comes, and you've got to see hundreds of thousands of movements. Julie, my wife, and myself, we can't help ourselves. If we're in an airport lounge, we're diagnosing everybody walking by us. You limp, I'll make a guess that you could be a below knee amputee, and I can see you wearing jeans, but I'm watching that leg move, and I'll show Julie what I saw. And then I'll see somebody else move. I'll say, I bet that's a car crash. Watch the combination of these movements. And we do that everywhere we go. It's impossible to escape our gaze if you do something slightly wrong, because suddenly you go, you're like a predator. You're like an apex predator. You are looking for the weakest thing in the pack.
Yeah.
And we're doing that all the time. And it's not even a game. It's, see that one?
Yeah.
What's that? What do you think about that one? Yeah.
Well, I'm laughing because that's how I watch anytime I see anybody squat, bench, or deadlift, because I've been doing this for 40 years. Like, it's immediately, it's like, oh, there's like 5 things. Then the next thing is like, okay, is this worth unsolicited advice? Are they going to, then there's the other dialogue that follows through all that. But it's, now I get it. Now I get it. Because for those things, for those main lifts, it's so glaring. It hurts sometimes. Sometimes you got to look away, because it's just not right. Where if you're seeing that with basic human movement all the time, first off, it'd be a very interesting mind to live in.
Oh, it is. It's a happy mind.
Yeah.
And that's great. Isn't it amazing how it still hurts you to see somebody move wrong now? Maybe it even hurts you more now than it did back then.
It does. Well, it does, because it's oh God, I'm gonna rant. It's weight. They could be lifting more weight, So they'll spend, these fucking idiots will spend, all the time in the world watching other people lift to be able to get motivated or to figure out how to add 10 more pounds or 20 more pounds on one of their lifts in a year, maybe 20 pounds in a year. Where if you just fix the fucking technique and had it to where they can actually display the strength they currently have. Don't even get stronger. Just display what you have, maximize the force. They're lifting 60, 70 pounds more. Then you're like, fucker, why don't you just practice the movement? It's like, just learn how to do it, but they can't do that because they're too addicted to lifting heavy. But not so heavy that they want to lift heavy. Just heavy enough to fuck themselves up and never, you see what I'm saying? That's what drives me nuts, is because you see it and then you'll hear the dialogue of how hardcore they are, how all in they are, and they just can't take days off because they're too serious. But you're a fucking idiot. You don't want to take the time to learn how to actually make the squat bar go up in a straight line. Like, are you fucking kidding me? That drives me nuts, right? So
what drives me nuts is the fucking idiot professionals who say it doesn't matter whether they do.
Well, I don't live in that world.
Don't worry.
But when you were talking earlier that, I asked you what language your brain thinks in. Well, I get it. That's that. You see that, you're like, ugh. Then it's like, okay, are they going to listen? Right? Because it all comes back to that. Is this a coachable situation?
Oh, you've got to realize how much of an artist you are as much as you are a scientist.
Oh, yeah.
This offends your sense of aesthetics to see that when it could be that. And someone who has great potential to do better but doesn't do better. And I've got to say that's one of the driving forces of my whole life, is it's always driven towards fulfill my potential. And that's an intellectual pursuit that never stops. Now, here's a classic for you. MDLP down there, wonderful Mike, down in Miami. So we're out at the Empire Cigar Lounge, sitting down after a great day, enjoying a good rum or two and a fine cigar. And it just so happens that somewhere along the line, Mike has a tattoo on the side of his head that says courage. Now, I didn't know where he got that from, what it meant. We're talking, and where it comes, the actual trigger was, within us both, there was a song that as we were kids that made us basically who we are. And it was The Impossible Dream. And if you know that song from the Man of La Mancha musical, well, damn it, he's 8 years old when he first hears it. I think I was about 8 when I first heard it too. And there's just such powerful lines in it. And he looked at me and said, I don't know anyone else who knows that song. And you know that song. Mm-hmm. And I know that song. And then we started singing the damn thing in the lounge and just cracking up that we both had created part of our persona that we could never negotiate upon what that song's lyrics were. It was really quite intriguing. It's about once you've chosen your path, you stick to your path, and nothing can disintegrate your integrity to the path. No matter if everyone laughs at you, no matter what failures you have, as long as you stick to your path, then you're going to be satisfied. That's driven us both.
That's what's driven me since I first started training.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is going to look like, but I know where I'm going. Right. And then there's a lot. And I think this is a good message for people too, because that doesn't mean that it's easy. I would say it actually means it's harder.
Oh, totally is harder.
Because it's easier to have somebody else just tell you what to do throughout your whole entire life, from what classes to take, what degrees to have, what work to do and all this other stuff. It's way easier. Where if you want to take if you find your own passion and your own path, sometimes, hell, when I was coming up, there wasn't even personal trainers. There's like 2 strength coaches in the whole country. Like, I don't know, I'm going to figure out how to make a living with lifting weights somehow. I'll figure it out. And that then there was the other side of me, which was I'm so stupid I can't do anything else anyhow, so this is all I got. You know what I'm saying? I don't have other options on the table. That's how my narrative kind of worked.
And I call that your gift.
Yeah, I think so, because when I started navigating the world of injuries through powerlifting, then that played to my advantage. Because, I have a degree in exercise science for whatever that's worth, not a lot, but enough to at least engage in conversation and kind of understand enough to ask questions that are better than just somebody off the street, so, but it didn't handcuff me to a point where any type of training or any type of therapy was off of the table. I did shit called Touch for Health, which I don't know. I mean, it's basically just applied kinesiology. Applied kinesiology has so many different versions, right? But there would be glandulars I would have in my mouth. They do muscle testing. I'd pass not pass.
Know that one well.
So I would go through all that shit. Then you would leave and you're afraid to do anything. Like, I can remember one time everything tested positive, and that pissed me off too, because I thought mentally I should be able to beat this. I should. This is a mental fuck. I know it. Right. Yep. I know that it's a mental fuck, and it made me mad, but they would get it all right. And I remember one time I got in my car and I put my seatbelt on and I went over to reach something in the other seat and my back audibled, and I'm like, it didn't not hurt or just regular back, cracking type of thing. Yep. And I thought, motherfucker, I just undid. This is how wrapped up you get into their psychology of, their witch doctoring of you. Yeah. That it's like, oh shit, it all broke.
You became fragile.
Yeah. But I wasn't afraid to try that. Then if that didn't work, then I had no problem with MAT or any of the, you just move around all these different, and you find so many commonalities. And what I find interesting in you and how you practice and what you do is there's so many things that are the same amongst all of them.
Yeah.
So much. It's like the difference isn't as much as what people think, but they all seem to promote, market, and position themselves based upon the differences, not the commonalities.
So true, isn't it?
Yeah.
We break things down to the central facts of existence. Imagine somebody becoming mentally fragile about their movement, that they ask me, how should they sleep in bed? And I might say, how do you think your forebears slept 1,000 years ago? Don't know if they had a temporal mattress. Don't know if they had to sleep on their side because their spine had to be aligned. You're actually only here because of how freaking tough and resilient your ancestors are, what they could do, and you're worried about how you sleep. You're fragile, mentally, not physically. So let's really get to it. You're a hunter-gatherer who has taken at least 4.4 million years since your first ancestor stood upright And they had to do a lot of stuff to survive for you to be here today. Are you that fragile? Hell, you wouldn't have survived that. You're here because your ancestry has survived it. You're full of strength. You just haven't been shown how to use it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you've been fed how fragile you are by the practitioners who want to make you think you are fragile.
That's interesting. That also reminds me of something that you said in one of the podcasts I just listened to yesterday, which I think I kind of knew but didn't know. But the research from 300-400 years ago is solid. The more research today.
Well, there's lights on here and we're talking in microphones.
Well, yeah.
Work,
so expand on that a little bit so other people can hear what hit me like, holy fuck. That, yeah, like, because how much has the body
we haven't adapted. We haven't changed since the last 400,000 years.
Yeah. So with what you're talking about as far as the biomechanics, how the body moves and those type of things.
Yes, you're a hunter-gatherer.
Yes. Elaborate a little bit on how the studies have changed over the years.
Well, one of the important things I think that's missing in every health science degree that I've ever seen is fundamental evolutionary anatomy. How are you put together and how am I put together? How did we get here? What did that mean? Why are we the only primate that exists that has a lumbar lordosis? No other ape's got it. We're the only primate because we walk on two legs all the time. Or we're supposed to be. We could take that away because, of course, most people sit on their ass most of their day. But in reality, we're hunter-gatherers. And our evolutionary advantage is the fact we're supposed to be on 2 feet, walking, outlasting with endurance the prey that we're hunting down. We're able to climb, we're able to throw, and we have a brain that kept growing to enable us to anticipate, set up scenarios, trap prey. Now, that's the thing that got us to where we are today. But what we're all doing today is not what we had to survive to become. So we've got this survival body sitting in a very unsurvivable environment where it's not challenging. You can go anywhere, you can get any calorie you want. Now, the breakdown of injury that shouldn't be happening, basically the non-traumatic injury, this realistically relates to sustaining postures and positions that our body evolutionarily was not adapted to. And we're here because of the adaptations that give us the advantage in nature. Well, the last 200 years, things have changed dramatically, haven't they? So we've got this body that took essentially 4.4 million years to get here, and then 200 years, we changed everything. And that is going to have an effect, and it does have an effect. So when I look at problems, I can relate it very easily to what is your body supposed to do and what are you doing with it. In evolution, survival was about calorific conservation. The more calories you burnt, the more you have to get in. In the environments we grew up in and survived in, low calories, not many humans per square mile. And then we had to be able to have ancestors who were more adapted to movement that didn't use calorie expenditure as much as perhaps another competitor. Now that means when you bend forward to the floor to pick up your dropped car keys, your spinal musculature turns off. At the bottom of the range, you don't have your muscle on at that point in your spinal erectors. It's called myoelectric silence. You can go read the papers on it. We know it exists. We've measured it. Now, that myoelectric silence means that the passive tissues, not the muscles, are the things that are going to elastically recoil you out of that position. And then the muscle will kick back in. The higher the load that you put onto that you have to pick up, the earlier perhaps you'll find the spinal erectors will prepare. So everything, when we look at analyze injury in a gym, there's a relationship between load and frequency. And the movement pattern that a hunter-gatherer uses to pick up something off the floor, which is calorifically advantageous, is the worst way to try and pick a deadlift bar off the ground. Because if the load increases, you need active muscle control. And people don't understand that there is technical change from light loads to high loads. It blows your mind. Now, us as athletes, we've learned to move low loads and high loads with the same technique for motor control skill. But you won't. You'll get professionals out there, they'll call themselves doctor, whatever they want to call themselves. They don't have experience with lifting weights, but they'll make comment on it on social media anyway. It doesn't stop them. But they'll say, it doesn't matter how you do that. Well, it does, because we look at the difference of movement patterns between someone who's doing a low load hunter-gatherer movement pattern towards your, elite lifts. There's a lot of difference. Elite lifts are very muscular. They're highly calorifically expensive. Everything's braced. Every muscle's on. Muscles use energy. That's one of the things that I have to teach people, is how to move in a pattern that's appropriate for loading. And that's not the survival mechanism. Your hunter-gatherer forebears didn't go around picking up the biggest rock they could find for fun. They were busy hunting down prey. We started picking up rocks for fun when we developed civilization. We had some recreational opportunities where people could perhaps say, I can do more than you. But I can go home and I know there's grain in the silo. I don't have to go hunt it. That's what civilization basically becomes. Civilization is the opportunity for people to have recreation. Outside of it, there are very few hunter-gatherer tribes left. They don't produce art. They don't have recreational time. They've got to survive. And that changes everything. So here are we, hunter-gatherers, pursuing lots of art. And weight training is art. And it's a science. And the science of understanding how to shift a larger load means you've got to know how to engage the correct musculature, and yes, even in the correct order, to produce a safe lift. And if you do everything with the right technique and the weight's too heavy for you, it just ain't coming off the ground. That's okay. You're not going to break anything.
So what do these practitioners say about somebody that needs to pick up fertilizer or shit for the yard?
Yeah.
Right. So sand, or mulch.
Yeah.
Right. Because that's a 20-pound bag they have to pick up.
Yeah.
So they're going to say, just pick that up
any way you want.
Is that seriously? They say that?
Yeah, they do say that. They will say there is no evidence that there's a better way to pick things up. You know what they're saying? They're saying, we're not going to read anything that shows there's evidence.
So when the patients come to them,
yep,
typically they're going to have a story that goes something like, I went over to pick up the laundry basket.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Or, I was carrying a bag of sand for my kid's sandbox.
Yep.
Load.
That's right.
What evidence do they fucking need?
They will say to the person, perhaps, maybe you're really stressed, that's why your back hurts, because...
Oh, fuck, we're going to go there.
Yeah, they'll go there. Oh, there are so almost a generation of professionals who come out.
So they can write the blood pressure medication.
Yeah. And send you off to the doc and get some, antidepressant. And they'll probably even sit there arrogant enough and think they can tell you how to de-stress. It blows your mind. It blows my mind. They can't analyze movement. They don't.
So how much of this is ignorance, right? They just don't know. Like when you think.
And why don't they know if they're graduates? They don't know because the academics are not teaching them.
Yeah.
And the academics are not teaching them because the academics are there to make sure that the research the academics are currently promoting is all the students are going to learn. So if you get a failed therapist who becomes an academic, they're going to try and validate that their failure is because you can't not be a success. You can't be a success. Validate their failure and tell everyone else you can't solve this. That's just what academia has become. As far as I've seen, I have seen just so much from most, especially Australia, the worst place for published research I've ever seen. I mean, it was 2023, April this year, the Australian Journal of Physiotherapy published a peer-reviewed journal article then that said stretching and stability exercise have an equally useless effect upon lower back pain. Well, that's the conclusion. Read the methods. Stretching was once a week. Stability exercises once a week. But the patients were told perhaps go home and try and do it at least once more. How the hell does that get published, Dave?
I don't know.
That's how this academia approach is as an incestuous community of people who are just following each other. One of the most important articles that changed the course of lower back treatment worldwide was an article in 1996 published that was called Back Pain. Was it Muscle Control? What exercise do you choose? I'm just trying to remember. It came from the University of Queensland. And it concluded that you had to draw your belly button in and you would get a co-contraction of your multifidus muscle, which is in the spine, and that the two of those would therefore stabilize your back. Here's a thought for you. What journal was it published in? Manual Therapy. What edition of Manual Therapy? Volume 1, number 1. That should never have passed peer review. I read it. I got sucked in like everyone else. It sold 1 billion Pilates reformers because that's what the Pilates people said. Here you are. This is what we've been telling everyone to do. Well, if you actually go through that and you read the references and read what the reference actually said, you'll find that there are points there within that article that the reference they quote actually says something different to what they say the reference does. The definition of a local and global muscle, and that's what it was based on, was I was saying that transverse abdominis is a local muscle. Well, their research paper they quoted said it was a global muscle. Local muscles are things that are unisegmental to joints. So this set up the get on all fours, pull your belly button in theory of back pain solution that never worked.
When was that again?
I think it was 96. Now you're going to see people all around the world talking about pulling in your TA. No one was talking TA until that year.
No, that's interesting because that's probably around the same time that I founded the company in 98. So a little bit before that, I was helping Louis do seminars, and Mel Siff used to have a mailing group. And the way a mailing group was really even kind of before forums, right? So it was just it was a mailing list of probably 1,000 fucking people. So he would send some study out or some article or something he was working on for super training, and it would come through. And somehow or another, the topic of squatting and keeping what to do with your torso came into line. And I read, like pull your stomach in. And I posted out there, look, I'm not an expert in this area, but I've been powerlifting for 3 fucking decades. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. If any lifter I have at the level of the people I work with and train with, if I told them to do this, they're going to fall flat on their fucking face and they're going to get hurt. And then I started to have back and forth with somebody else on there who I won't name. And it got to a point where his intellectual capacity was higher than my intellectual capacity. So I'm kind of like getting my ass fed to me until Sif come in there and, I'm like, okay, good. But at one point he called me a dump truck. And I said, that's okay. Because all I'm trying to do is to haul a lot of fucking weight down the street.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm not trying to take this to the other side of the country. No. And then I can unload the truck, then reload it again. And, but I do remember that because at the same time I was a personal trainer and I was going out because I didn't know how to train Gen Pop. I grew up training people in like gyms, like bodybuilders, powerlifters. I grew up in that environment. So now I'm thrust in the environment of like training moms and dads. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck they can't bench 135. It fucked me up. I did not know like what to do. And that was such a common theme that here you do this, put a blood pressure cuff under their back. And I'm like,
oh, wow.
It was extensive. It's like, what the fuck? And I'm like, it's fucking with me at the time. Cause I'm like, is there that big of a difference between this, how I would train and how they would train? And I'm like, I'm not buying this shit. They just need to learn and get stronger torsos. And, I've learned more since then.
That you were right.
I was on the right path.
Yep.
Now, I don't know if the way I was explaining things 20 years ago of, show people how fat you are and push everything against your belt was the right cueing to actually do, but it was close, really, really close. You know, it would have helped if I said actually tense your abs. You know, there were some things I left out, but you don't know because you just go with what you've been doing verbally with people in the gym. And then when you try to imply that in an online environment, it's different. You know, the one example I like to make is, Louis used to be real big on this as well, is we tell people to arch really hard, you know, in the squat. And when I started doing seminars and I get people that are 6'4", 185, I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Well, I'm arching. Like, what? No, this is what you said. And I'm like, yeah, that is what I said. But we all have 2 liters for erectors. We weren't really arching. We were tightening our backs.
Yeah.
So it took a while, you know, for that. And I think a lot of when the whole online thing started to come around, it took a while for people to realize some of their cueing in the gym had to change a little bit because it didn't fit demographics outside of their own. At least for me, it was, because I'm like, it was right in my face, like, dude, what the fuck is that? Like, here's the bar, here's your spine. Like, this is fucked up. And, but it's also helped that there's been more people like yourself that have come through to fill those gaps, you know, because a lot of the meatheads are saying certain things that are on the right path.
Very much.
Can't elaborate and dial it down, you know, the way that you can to be able to, because they go to their practitioner or doctor and they're stereotyped immediately. Fuck, you probably know this just from the way that you look. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, immediately it's like, you're an idiot. You don't know anything. And they're like, well, here's now that they can say, watch this. And then you're speaking about, you know, the lumbar flexion, the lumbar extension, and, you know, how that can work. That will change things. It does change things.
Dramatically changes things. Yeah. Yeah. You're certainly right about that, about the online arguing. Well, it's not even arguing. You're trying to clarify, but it's very hard to do without being able to expand in a physical environment and demonstrate.
Yeah, well, I quit that a long time ago, but back then it was email mailing list. So you could have like it was easier than this bullshit we see now with comments and threads.
Yeah. I always say, and this is when people ask me to try and argue on points, that the usual answer to that is, when you wrestle with a pig, you both get dirty, but only the pig's enjoying it. Right? So I'm not getting dirty. You know, that's not my deal. I'm here to present what I know works, and I play with learning more every single day. You can have a good point, but seriously, like you say, earn the right to talk.
Now, one thing I want to touch on that you were speaking about earlier with the evolutionary is you did mention advanced lifters, so say world record holder lifters. To me, that's always like a little bit different territory because their tissue tolerance is a little higher. You know, sometimes you could look at them and a lot of people would say that their form is bad, but I don't think that's true. I think their form's good, but their tissue tolerance has been developed for that. So the beginner who is going to try to emulate that, like they're told don't emulate their idols, but I don't think they understand why they're being told that. They're not being told that because they may not be, because they actually may end up pulling like that one day. So as their tolerance and the bone as well, right?
There's a little bit. I'm going to take you there because you're almost at it.
Yeah.
And this is a very important point. Watch the top 10 squats, absolute numbers, all time. You're going to see what technique under absolute load is supposed to be. Think of that. We could look at someone like Blaine Sumner with 515, Vlad Alizov, Brian Carroll,
Steve Goggins.
Oh, say Steve Goggins. Look at this. Look at that. Okay. There is zero room for error in that bar position, and the body's ability to weight bear that absolute load, which is almost at the complete end of human performance. So your position of your body under that, for anyone who wants to learn what movement correctly is, it will be examined and displayed under absolute load. You give me a 50-kilo female who's a world champion, squatting 4 times her body weight, 200 kilograms, and her knees comes together and she comes out of it, and people go, see, world record. Look at that, knees coming in. Yeah, the absolute number's up here. That's 200 kilos. A human body can have deviations in form who have learned to work But that's 200 kilos. It's not 500 plus. It's not half of what absolute limit is. You will see no error factor in the very absolute number. And that's where we start to really should be taking it. You got to realize those numbers. You've got so much error you can play with, so much margin you can play with under less than absolute limit. It may be your PR, but your body essentially still has play. And that's your evolution under there. And as you say, tissue tolerance, what's built that person up to do the absolute. That's where you're going to see science at its best. That's your Saturn V rocket taking off. That's how you got that payload out of there. You didn't do that with guesswork.
Well, and what's cool today is if they can go back and look at these same athletes that they're looking at today on what their form and technique looked like 6 years ago. Because if they were posting, you will see it's not the same as what it is now, right? Because of what you're talking about. You know, some of these things take time. You know, first off, people don't take enough time on technique, which was interesting because I got posters hanging around, prepare, perform, prevail, right?
Yeah.
You had, where I was going through your stuff, it was practice, then something perform. Practice.
I got activate, mobilize, warm up, train.
Practice, training, and performing.
Yep.
So different phases. So kind of the same thing there.
Entirely, yeah.
Where the same concept, just different words, but the way that you were laying it out is it can take these strength athletes years just to get through the one phase.
Oh, you know that one.
Well, I know, but I'm just I'm having somebody else say it for me as well. You know, just so then, you know, it's a process. It takes time. The tissues have to adapt. You know, the bones have to adapt.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's the one I hear a lot now is Jimmy Cole, because he just did that 1400, like his forms are going to shatter and all this. And like, you understand his forms have been probably micro shattered for the last 10 years or however long this is happening.
Yeah.
If you were to look at I would love to look at the bone scans.
Wouldn't you? And it should be done.
Yeah, exactly.
Why isn't the university funding that one?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You've got a good point there on the loading, and that's a really important aspect to consider. So here's a thought for you. After walking into the gym on the first day of a new person's opening into the church of weight training, how long should it be before a person should have earned the right to attempt a PR deadlift? See, I do that from a injury point of view. And I said to Eddie Cohen, in my opinion, when a person walks into a gym, they have no right to attempt a max lift for at least 18 months. And I'm expecting them to be training 3 to 6 days a week. And Eddie said to me, I think 3 years. What are your thoughts on that, Dave?
I have two things. I would agree in a perfect world, but the world's not perfect, right? So if I don't teach them how, they're going to do it in their friend's garage.
Yeah.
So I will work in high pin pulls. I will work in something that's on the risk benefit scale safer than what they otherwise would be doing. Because the bench press is a better example, right? Because they're going to bench press in their friend's basement. We all did.
We all did.
It's going to happen, right? So
I hope there's a video available. That
yes. So that's the real world. So then it becomes this balance of, well, can we put in, you know, these movements in ways to be able to get that psychological or the training in a way that will tap that psychological need that they're looking for, that gratification, the PR, I'm getting stronger.
Yeah.
Can that be tapped in there somehow that won't lead them down this 3-year process to where they technically don't get better? It's a waste of 3 years of practice. It would be like when you started baseball, having the shittiest coach ever for the first 3 years.
Yeah.
Then you don't learn the basic fundamentals.
Yeah.
So I see it as that balance act. Like what can go in there, and good coaching.
Yeah, good coaching is the whole thing.
Now, from the injury standpoint, though, you're in a really, really cool position, right? Because they're not going to come to you unless they're willing to buy in and do what you say.
I have never had a person walk into me who does not have a problem.
Yes.
They don't make appointments unless something's wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you're not the easiest person to get in to see, right?
I certainly haven't been, and capacity-wise, it always takes a while to get people in.
That vets it out, right? Which also brings up the question of if, say, low back pain is going to go away for most people.
In 80% of the time in 4 weeks.
4 weeks. So if you can make them wait past the 4 weeks,
I make them wait 8 weeks.
Okay, so you're getting past the 90%.
Yeah, look, people don't see me for acute low back pain.
Well, let's talk about this 4-week thing, because I wonder how many people will have the low back issue, see a practitioner, it doesn't really help them, but yet 4 weeks, they do it for 4 weeks.
And then they think the practitioner had something to do with it. Yes.
Yeah.
That is what practitioners prey upon.
Really?
But I would also say there are practitioners who are so egotistical, they actually think they had something to do with it as well, where they didn't. I can influence a person from day one because I know the science behind how I can influence it. But my whole goal is understand why the first incident occurred that put you there, and that's how we stop the 92% recurrence of low back pain. 80% are better essentially in 4 weeks. 92% are better in 8 weeks.
When you say the first incident, how do you drill down on that?
Essentially, that's looking at the Gen Pop approach.
Okay.
Where you're getting the person who comes in, they haven't had back problems before, now they've got a back issue. And we go to a lumbar disc because that's the most common structure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those things, that person's going to get better realistically.
Sure.
So fast because the human body heals. You cut your knuckle, you don't have to go see the chiropractor for it. It's going to heal.
Yeah.
Yeah, those sort of things. And that's why the body heals. You do it to a disc, it never heals back to its original position or its original structure. A tear on a disc, for example, a bulge, a herniation of some significance, that where it has to scar up, that's a scarring process. It's not the same collagen. And that starts a series of degenerative issues. Now, I don't even have an L5S1 disc left anymore. Blew it up 25 years ago. No, I got no problems. I went through the phase from having a disc to having no disc without ever having pain. And the muscle system knows how to do it for me because I taught the muscle system how to work. So the thing about the 4-week approach is, yeah, you're going to heal, but you're going back to the same thing that did it in the first place. There's a reasonable statistic that says that 50% of all lumbar spine fusions are considered failures after 5 years because the next level needs to be done. That is not a failure of the spinal fusion. That's a complete failure of the medical industry, the rehabilitation industry, to identify why the person first needed a lumbar fusion at that time. You have to understand why the person had that. Then you have to address that. And that will then give you a 100% success rate on your lumbar spine fusion over 5 years. The person will have eliminated the things that set up the first injury. That's where it all comes down to. It's a failure of rehab, not a failure of surgery. We've all seen Ronnie Coleman. After his spinal fusion, do you think the therapist told him to do and train the way he did coming back? I would doubt the therapist was going to accept that he should move and do that.
Yeah.
But he keeps doing it. And he kept doing it. Now, if the therapist, whoever looked after him, never pointed that out to him, then that's where the failure lies. Not with Ronnie. Unless Ronnie was told otherwise and chose to do otherwise, then it's Ronnie's fault.
Mm-hmm.
But realistically, that first spinal fusion, there should have been someone teaching why that occurred. Don't blame that 800-pound squat. They may have set it up, but you didn't need the fusion straight after that. There's a lot that can be done. I look at people like, say, Matt Wenning. He hasn't got an injury. He's lifted a lot of weight over a lot of decades. He understands health. I can look at Brian Carroll. There's a guy who had a life-changing injury. Brian has days without pain. That's where you start to realize the smart people can still go to extremes, but you can still get yourself to painless days. And it can be done. But you have to understand what created the pains in the first place to address them.
With getting away from Gen Pop, and you're getting into the lifting population that would come to see you with the low back pains. For there's so many questions to go with this, right?
We got time.
Where
we
it's
got time. We got time.
well, I mean, they're vetted out pretty heavily before they see you, so that's a good thing, right? So they're going to be more willing to listen and stuff like that. Oh yeah. And so usually it's going to be their issues are related to either flexion extension or is there one of the it falls to more than the other when you're dealing with said power lifters?
Welcome to evolution again.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So there are two different expressions of spinal shape. In evolution, we are the only primate with a curvature in the spine, the lordosis. The more evolutionarily advanced your skeleton tends to be means you have an increased curvature in your lumbar spine. Trust me, it's very unlikely you're going to be a world champion weight trainer, because that structure is an advanced form of the walking, running structure. The Neanderthalic DNA is suggested to relate to straighter spines. You want to know all the scans that I've got of top lifters whose spines are straight, naturally, less lordosis. That's a spine that weight bears more effectively. So when someone comes in and they're an elite lifter and they're lifting 500 kilograms, I can look at that spine. I know that it was weight bearing in a better position than the person who's got the bigger curvature.
Which came first, though? I mean, can that be a process of adaptation?
Oh, this is going to be where your ancestors come from.
Well, I'm saying let's say they started young with a slight curve, would that loading over a period of time change that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Realistically, it's like a person who comes in with the scoliosis, the curvature of the spine, right? And when a person comes in to me and I ask them why they're there, why they come to see me, and they say, I've got a scoliosis, I usually say, yeah, what do you feed it? In other words, you come to see me because you've got a problem, not a diagnosis, and we move out of that. The work there is I'm doing that to immediately throw the person's mindset out of their mindset and coming to me clean. I can break that very fast, and then we can start to gain together. So spinal shape, effectively, it's going to be like it's your DNA that's going to kick in at certain points of your growing cycle, that's going to dictate what structure is going to be. If you have the genetics that you're going to have that scoliosis, now you can buffer it with muscle. You can make it great and strong like Lamar Gant, right? World champion 10 times. Well, the first person to deadlift 6 times his own body weight. Yeah. He's got the best scoliosis. You know why he lifted 6 times his own body weight? Because he's got a freaking scoliosis. That's his advantage. Yeah, he can stand there and probably scratch his knees when he's just talking to you, right?
Oh, yeah, easy.
Yeah. Now, all those beautiful advantages are not on a perfect spine, but it's perfect for a pursuit, which happens to be powerlifting. He can do really well. So, yeah, the spine will basically have the structure that it's genetically going to have. Now, that means the Neanderthalic is a bit more Northern European. All right? We'll tend to get more of those, but you'll still get straighter spines that will come out of African communities. That's like my wife, Julie. She's Chinese. She's supposed to have the best hip structure in the world. She's supposed to go ass to grass on squats. And before she'd ever seen me or met me, no coach could understand why a Chinese girl couldn't do a clean and jerk. Why a Chinese girl couldn't do a squat. Well, first time I ever met her, you've got an anteverted hip. You can't even get to 90 degrees in your hip socket. That's a mutation. That happens across different communities who don't normally have that expressed. So there are people within different communities will have different shapes and different sizes. You would expect a Scottish person to have a deeper hip socket. They have more hip replacements in Scotland than anywhere else in the world statistically, and they have less, perhaps let's say Poland, they have more hip displacement. There's genetics there, but within each of those there'll be an expression opposite. So you can't make a great prediction on it. If you take some scans, you'll get an idea. It's probably like we would say some of the Eastern Europeans might have done with their early training programs. They x-rayed youth and who was appropriately, whose hip socket was going to be appropriate for weight training. That's what you got.
Mm-hmm.
No, you cannot do whatever you believe in. There are limitations. Yeah. Like I had a powerlifter once to come and see me. Now, this guy had the single worst series of joint for wanting to be a powerlifter. Deepest hip socket. He had a retro version of his hips. It was everything you didn't want in a person to be a powerlifter, he had. He should take up chess. Seriously. But his passion is powerlifting. I gave him the ugliest squat in the world you've ever seen, technique-wise. But that's the best technique that his body type can use to get knee to hip crease. I work with what you give me. But you know, the very best athletes do have a series of joints, muscles, the way it puts together that gives them an advantage. I look at Blaine Sumner and I've never seen a more perfect position for what it takes to hit the position.
Mm-hmm.
He was made for power. Yeah, and we look at the injury that he sustained, absolute weight, 515 kilos. Stepping back, he weighs about 200 kilos. We got a 715 kilo at that point. Now
wouldn't it be more though because of the force of stepping back?
But there will be. You could certainly do that because I got a good injury that came in this week that we can talk about.
Well, I mean, granted, his foot barely. If it was a bigger step, there would be more force, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And when he stepped in Columbus, Ohio, at the Arnold, he stumbled slightly.
True.
Now he had a relatively straight spine, but at that point he loaded the posterior bony elements, and he broke the pedicle. Of course, he still squatted it. Turns around and gets 3 white lights, but he did happen to break his spine just before he did that. Now, there's the edge of absolute, but as soon as you took that weight backwards, you hit a structure that doesn't weight bear, 500, 600 upper body, let's call it 700 kilograms, into extension on one side. That's where all biological tissue has fatigue and load capacity. There ain't no other law but that one can't be broken. That's the law that exists. All biological tissue has fatigue or load capacity. Exceed the capacity, you have injury. That was the capacity of that joint, exceeded. That's an example of what it's like to see load, 1 rep, create an injury. Most people's injuries are caused lower load, higher frequency, capacity breached on a submaximal weight. So everything relates to load and capacity. You can do something poorly 25,000 times and not get hurt if the load is low enough that the spine says, I evolved to do this. I can pick that 10-pound dumbbell off the ground all day. I'm a hunter-gatherer. I can do that for decades. No, you're not going to get hurt. You can do it for 3 decades. Yeah? Frickin', so what? You haven't got anywhere near where you're starting to have to recover from it. Then you get to a point where the load starts to eat into your capacity. And if you haven't got the ability to recover from it, that's your road to injury. That's all that is. And if you do it under a super high load, it only takes 1 rep. That's just science, isn't it?
It's interesting to me because for myself, an example with a conversation I was having with Mike Israel in regards to training with age, because I'm beat up, I'm older. And what I told him was, because there's still what I would call stupid shit I put on my program, but I don't think it's stupid because it actually works. But I do heavy singles, right, on the squat. Say it's a box squat. And this is with 2 prosthetics. And my point that I was trying to make to him is I have less chance of getting hurt doing a heavy single squat than I do doing sets of 8.
Yes.
My whole fucking career has always been this way. I never got hurt on a heavy single. Now, I'm not lifting 500 kilos, either, but I never got hurt on a heavy single. It was the triples, the 5s, the set of 15 with 315 on the bench, shit like that.
Yeah.
To where I wasn't able to maintain. If I know it's 1, I'm tight. Everything is tight. Everything is stable. My mind is focusing on where my body is in space, and it does not do anything other than that. After a couple of reps, my mind's like, fuck, I can't breathe. It changes direction.
Yes.
And But I do agree with his point. If you just take somebody that's trained bodybuilding wise and now they're 55 years old, they probably don't need to be doing singles if they've never done singles.
Especially if they're bodybuilders.
Yes, exactly. And that's kind of where that conversation was going. But when you were talking about most of the things that you see outside of those instances, which are these freak rare instances, are submaximal loads, where their tissue isn't built enough to sustain the tolerance and you were talking earlier about the degrees of freedom that's right. It should be 0, but they're not there yet.
Yes.
Right. So on an advanced athlete, if one half inch, they're fucked.
1/64 of an inch at that top, right?
They're fucked, right?
They're gone.
Yeah. A beginner can fuck it up 3 inches and still recover.
Totally.
But the load, right, is what we're talking about.
The load dictates everything.
Yes. So now that load gets out further, say if it's a squat on the spine, you just increase that load substantially.
Yeah. Yep. And there's where it works. And I'm loving the conversations I'm seeing a bit more recently over the last, especially 6 months, maybe last year, that's become more common, which is to understand loading the spine exercises and exercises that don't load the spine. As in, deadlifts and squats are going to load your spine harder than bench press, than chin-ups, than bent over rows, or as we might even say, seal rows. The understanding that you're actually looking at not just recovery of the muscular system, but you're looking at recovery of the skeletal system. And that's a love of go. I've heard that from, say, Matt Wenning. I've heard that from Brian Carroll. I've heard that in so many different places. I'm going, this is a good piece of science you've all caught on to.
Yes.
And that comes from McGill. I'll say Professor Stuart McGill. See, I think if I look at my life, I'm very fortunate that I have 2 living grandfathers. One's called Ed Cohen and one's called Professor Stu McGill. I know I can pick up and ask those people anything, anytime. And I've got 2 people there with the most wonderful experience in the 2 areas I tend to work most with, who will talk back and give me advice and let me see things better. So I look at those. I'm lucky to have those people in my life, that I'm blessed to be able to think that Eddie Cohen and myself have a relationship of, real professionalism and good friendship, and that I can ask him anything, because I know his eyes have seen much more than my eyes, and they always will. And his intuition is magnificent. And to watch him teach, when you watch Ed teach, it is so few necessary words to get great results from people. He doesn't sit there and explain or stand and explain a concept that can be explained fairly straightforwardly. He doesn't complicate. He's the best educator when it comes to that approach. I love doing seminars with Ed, because when he does something, I see why he did it. It's just magnificent. And Professor McGill, I once saw as part of the thing, my approach is do something you don't understand. I tested and found a change in spine movement with a particular exercise. No one had seen it before. So I had to ask Professor McGill, I said, I've seen this change, I've got an explanation for it. And I asked him to look it over. And kindly he said, there could be an alternative. And he sent me three research papers. That's the guy who's not saying, oh, you're wrong. It's read this, see what you think. Now from that, it took me a while to understand the papers, but I can explain to you the papers in about 2 or 3 minutes. Easily now. It took me ages. But that was where I think of those 2 people. I'm so fortunate to be able to have access to what I consider the great minds in 2 different fields. That's awesome.
Well, that gets into the art of coaching then, because you have to be able to explain things to people in ways they're going to be able to use.
We've seen professionals who's almost have developed the skill of making a simple concept as hard as freaking possible to understand. And it's almost like they try to.
I think they try to. I think it's positioning and marketing.
Yeah.
I think it's poor positioning and poor marketing.
Yeah.
Or they don't understand. Right, because if you really understand, then you can teach it to a 3rd grader.
Oh, you can. There's nothing I do in my clinic that I couldn't get a kid in primary school to be able to understand in terms that child uses to teach another kid how to do a front plank better, how to do a movement better. That's what we do, isn't it? Communicate well so anybody gets it.
With the spinal loading, the one thing that you touched on was, I realized a decade ago that if I had lifters that did a meet I came up with this rule, because now I know why, but I came up with a rule because I started to see most injuries happen post meet, like 3, 4, 5 weeks after a meet.
Yeah.
So I'm like, fuck it, no bars in your hands, no bars on your back for, if you're an advanced lifter, 6 to 8 weeks. If you're a beginner, 2 to 4.
Oh,
right.
Wow.
And 2 to 4 for the beginner, because a high schooler doesn't really need to do it, but it's a good habit. So just realize that, and that's to get the shit off of the shoulders and to get the load off the spine.
Brilliant.
Right. And that started after a good friend of mine had to have a spinal fusion. And I'm like, okay, now wait a minute, this spine's getting fucking crushed. And then Brian went through what he went through. And I'm like, this is spinal fractures that are probably occurring in most of these people. Let's just chill the shit out. They need a hypertrophy phase anyhow. Right? So this fits really well. Let's make these rules: no bars on your back, no bars on your hands, no repetitions under 10, and start the repetitions on each training day at 75 and work it up like 25 every week. Because if you look at a power lifter's total volume, and to me that sets times reps. We don't, workload is when you add the weight. So total volume. And you look at how many total reps they've done from the last 3 weeks before the meet to the week after the meet that they probably take off. It might be 100. But a lot of these guys will come back in their first workout, they'll do a total of 500 total repetitions, 500% more volume, right? So it's just, now get it, I understand it's light and all the other stuff. I also understand there could still be more body weight training. There's other factors. I'm making it very simple, for people to understand. But because there are other variables that are in there. But after Brian went through his thing, this became like a non-negotiable golden fucking rule. It's like, this is what it is. I'm going to say 8. I know it's going to be 6. They're never going to do what it's supposed to be. And then the hypertrophy, phase to be able to go in there. But what I never was able to figure out is if they're really fucked up, if that's enough time, because you don't know how fucked up they really are.
You're walking on the edge of science right now with that.
Yeah.
Because no one knows just yet. It's experience at looking at what capacity starts to return that we're actually working with. Because no one has that perfect answer at this point that I think is there, because individuals are going to have different recovery abilities. There's a lot of parts to that. But the essential science and the essentials behind that is, the volumes that you've been loading with, and you've got to adjust that post-comp. So it was Matt Wenning yesterday. It was interesting. He was talking in our workshop about 2 times the back work to the front work. And I know Matt, so I also reiterated and said to him, you're talking 2 times the volume, not just sets and reps. And he said, yeah, that's it. It's 2 times the volume. That's a great principle to take, is understanding that volume is what you're talking about as the variable that we're actually considering for injury.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of the things that Louis used to kind of drive us with was he tried to have us match our arching and our bending. So he would look at a movement and say, if it's a squat, that's an arch, right? If it's a bench, that's an arch, right? So now not the strict reverse hyper, a loose reverse would be the bending. A good morning would be the bending, so there was trying to maintain this balance. And now when I think back, and while it's a little sloppy in, application, because what are you doing with the pelvic? You know what I'm saying? But
let's face it, at that point in time,
yes,
he got it right.
Oh, yes, he did. Most definitely. It's just, are you, looking back, it's like, well, were we really rounding on certain things, or were we but either way, it was going down the right path, I think, because he was looking at, if everything becomes too dominant in one side, then you're fucked. There's no balance with that. And there was a torso training and all the other stuff that kind of goes in there as well, and keeping things really simplified. But he had this ratio with the pressing and the pulling, as well. The only thing that gets a little foggy with me when they talk about back work, right, is if you're talking back work, there's a lot of things going on in your back. So are we talking elbows out or are we talking elbows in? Because are we talking, rhomboids, traps, or are we talking lats? Because the angle of your elbows makes a big fucking difference. You see what I'm saying? So now if you're trying to balance that volume and everything is one style, elbows in, are you really balancing the volume, or are you actually creating more issues because you're doing all rows?
Very much. We often talk about the vertical and the horizontal pulls and pushes. Yeah.
I used to do that too, but I had a tough time with that because you can take in the application with people doing it, because you can take a vertical pull and somebody tuck their elbows.
Yeah. And I would
double D handle.
I would call that, if the hands are in here, even if you're bent over on a seal row, that's realistically a vertical pull.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm with you. And that's why you analyze that and you go, that's exactly where it is. Yeah.
So it's when I have the clinics that I have out here, I really dig into that with the lats. Is there's elbows out, there's elbows in. Doesn't matter how you do it. What's the intent? What are you squeezing? What are you finding the stretch in? And this is separate than bent over rows and pendlay rows. Those are like muscle fuck strength exercises that you're going to go heavy and do fives. That's actually more probably spinal erectors if you really want to get down to it.
Yes, you're looking at your ability of your anti-rotational spinal erectors.
Yeah.
And that's your deepest layer that's working hard there.
But off of that, then it becomes really interesting when you're looking at something like a chest supported row. Like, what's the intent? Because if all you're doing is muscle fucking this shit up, like a Ronnie Coleman type thing. Yes, there's going to be some application, but what if there was intent? You found the stretch, you found the contraction.
Yes.
That becomes that debate.
Intent is everything realistically that you need to define.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's where it goes.
Well, it does, but I fall on and it depends where it is in the program. If it's down deeper in the program, it's got to be tighter. If it's up higher, then it's going to be, and for heavy sets of 5, first off, why?
Love that word, why.
You got to explain why. I mean, because then you need to tell me why this is better than something else.
Beautiful.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh, that's it.
And, but there's no, actually I heard you say this as well, but many people said there's no bad exercise. It's just poor application.
And poor practitioners.
Yeah, probably more of those than the other.
So those people who are telling people to do fucking Jefferson curls for a person who's got a disc herniation. They're just, there's a special term, a special place in health for people like that.
Well, the reason I brought this up is because Paul Quinn used to do this a lot. When you start dealing with ratios of this and this, horizontal pull, vertical pull, like what the fuck in my brain it goes like, well, what the fuck does that mean? You see like elbows in, elbows out, or Louis with the rounding and the arching. Like what the fuck are we talking about? Like what's the pelvis doing?
Yes, what is the pelvis doing?
I need more clarification. And so as that goes downstream to the general population, I don't know how it gets applied then.
Well, very rarely gets applied well, because very rarely people investigate the concept of an exercise performance in those terms.
I wish they would. That's why I like to have conversations like this, right? Because you can go down to all these different rabbit holes of things, and there's things I don't know that play into this too. I mean, because now if we're dealing with the back, where the fuck does a shrug fall in here? Those are other muscles too.
Oh gosh, So we had a wonderful strongman doing some work with over in Kentucky. And he had recently, now this is where it was interesting, you're talking about as the bar's moving. So he's doing a deadlift of 900 and, it could be 940. And it's on a whippy bar. It's not a stiff bar. And as he's taken the bar up and locked out, the bars kept moving with acceleration and then bang back. You see that little whip moment? Well, that whip going down is probably 1,000 kilograms, 1,000 pound he's dealing with. He's accelerating off the floor with perhaps 940, but as he's hit the lockout, and that's gone dum, dum, that'd be close to 1,000. He's suddenly having to hold against. And, of course, the structure isn't ready for that because it's ready for the concentric, eccentric, put down, not the anti-acceleration that's under there. So I'm not there to diagnose at that point because it's only recently happened. What I'm there is to figure out what can we do to relieve the pain. And so we did shrugs, upright shrugs, because I know that we're looking at the front of the shoulder here, the costo clavicular ligament is my expectation. That's it. I don't need a scan. I know what the anatomy is there. And we look at that and go, okay, let's see what upper trapezius does. And then we did some upper trap shrugs. Okay, not a great effect. Let's go over at 45 degrees now. We'll do some 45-degree shrugs. Oh, that makes it a lot better. Okay, now we know the stabilizing mechanism of which part of the traps we've got to emphasize. I don't have to say traps so much as saying, well, that movement loading. Because it's more about, as you almost perfectly got it there, when a person performs an exercise, how they perform it. So the way he performed that was a perfect movement to relieve that injured area. And then we added in some rear delt after that, because once we activated basically the middle trapezius area, that pull, we could add some rear delt into it. Problem is, of course, it's a fresh injury, so next time we load it, it's not ready to load. So this was okay, we can make this better. We can start to develop strength into the area that will assist. But I have just come up with a taping technique that I can create a new ligament essentially for the deadlift now. Give me some sports tape and we're going to do a video on how to do that. And that's where I can create something that will hold an injured ligament.
What I would be wondering there is what's compensating, right? Because whatever is compensating isn't what you need to actually work on to fix it.
Well,
so how do you shut down what's compensating for you to be able to get to what you wanted to get to?
You got the science answer to this one, Dave. I'm taking you back to university now.
Oh, shit.
Okay, you ready for it? Agonist-antagonist relationships?
Yeah.
Well, when you have an injury or a joint that's aggravated, it's a thing called arthrogenic neuromuscular inhibition. Now, that one they didn't teach us at university. But we go back to the agonist and antagonist. The ANI, the response that goes back to the spinal cord, is from an injured area, an irritated area, is to facilitate the flexor musculature for the joint. If you facilitate the flexor musculature, the antagonist is inhibited. Flexor in facilitation, extensor inhibition. Now that's the body's underlying reflex to an irritated joint. So this is where I save so many people from having hip replacements, is that when you've got an irritated hip, you've got arthrogenic neuromuscular inhibition. Your psoas is going to be tight. You've got no choice. That's going to be tight because that's the pattern. That's the facilitated muscle. Oh, guess what your ass isn't doing? Because it's the antagonist. It's going to be inhibited. Okay, what do? Well, how about we make the glutes the agonist? So I'm going to give you glute work, very specific glute work. What's that going to do to the psoas? It's going to inhibit it. So I don't ever stretch a person. I look at a tight muscle, I go to the opposite muscle, I give you an exercise for it, and now you're not tight anymore. In fact, actually what you are is you're more stable, because I didn't stretch you and make you less stable. I've now made you tighter on both areas. I've just matched things up, and now you're more stable. And of course, this is why a lot of people who have had the hip, before they've had a hip replacement, someone in the family has said, get an appointment with Andrew, he helps such and such. And I enjoy seeing those ones. And they come in, they've been told to have a hip replacement scheduled. They stand up off the table, they walk and they go, okay, I got no pain. And I'll hear from them a year later, yeah, still no surgery, still doing the exercises. And all I'm doing is applying first-year physiology principles to anatomy. Agonist muscle, antagonist muscle. If that's tight, use the opposite one. So in an injured situation where the body's going to go into that position, I'm finding the antagonist and then retesting that the area that hurts feels better because of it.
Same reason why you can have somebody in a bend over trying to touch their toes, get further range of motion just by arching back harder and harder and harder, right?
Well, there's a lot of good behind that one, and most commonly there's 3 different components to that often, and they come from the passive tissue, which is the McKenzie approach to a spinal disc, the active tissue approach, which I'd say McGill is the brilliance of, and then there's the underlying motor patterning and reflexes and proprioception. And all those things can influence your ability to suddenly touch your toes.
So there's way more going on with that one than the example that you're giving with the
Oh, everything's doing that.
Yeah.
And that's where probably you and I, that's how our brains are all day. We're thinking motor patterns. We're thinking muscles. We're thinking movements. It's all we do. It's continuing to see what are we seeing? And then, okay, that got injured. Ah, that's a disc. Oh, that's a ligament. Well, you just exposed a passive tissue to load beyond its capacity. You did that because you had a poor movement pattern. Fix the movement pattern. Passive tissue is not exposed the same anymore. So this is a thing called Punjabi's neutral zone theory. Remember this one, everyone? Punjabi's neutral zone theory. Look it up. It's about like a theory of evolution or a theory of gravity. Okay, it's a fact. There's essentially 3 components to the human body. The passive system, they're the things you can't contract. Your ligaments, your bones, your discs, you can't contract them. They're there to basically transfer weight, limit movement. Then you've got your active system. Welcome to your muscular system. They are the things you can contract. So you've got a passive system and active system. What controls them? The neurological system. We can say just movement patterning, but underneath there is reflexes, proprioception. So when a person is injured, non-traumatically, in other words, maybe through good exercise, maybe exercise performance, we call car injuries, right, that's traumatic. But a non-traumatic injury in a gym will occur when usually this is your passive system, your spinal disc, is exposed to a load beyond its capacity through volume. And that's due to a failure of the active muscle system and the motor pattern. The motor pattern has to be perfected, improved, using the active system to protect the passive system from that load. That's where the flexion position under load, if it's not done correctly and it's allowed to move under there, is the mechanism by which lumbar discs are injured. And we've got 1,000 studies on that. So it's always easy to look at a passive system that's been injured when you can understand movement patterns and you can assess for muscle weaknesses in those patterns. It's the same idea of being strong. Someone might go to me, "You're strong." And I'll go, "Tell me what I'm strong at." Okay? Define the task. Now, when a person gets injured, strength is related to the task. If the movement pattern's poor, they won't be strong. I can make you strong in that task by correcting your movement pattern, and you won't have an injury anymore. And then you'll last longer. That's the concept. There's only the 3 things that you've got to know how to evaluate as a professional. It's not hard, but it only took me 25 years to figure it out, how to interplay those things beautifully. It's not, that's basically where I go with it. That's why I'm producing a lumbar spine course. It's a leadership course now, is based around understanding what I understand. There's 3 planes of human movement: forward and backwards, side to side, and rotation. That's all there is. 3 planes of motion. You've got 3 systems to understand: passive, active, and neurological. You've got 6 things to know. And they interplay with each other. But there's no mystery outside of that. There is nothing else. There's nothing else you don't know outside of that. What you don't know is in that. So my essential approach to these things is, it's simple, but you have to spend a lot of time learning how to see those things well. So if you leap vertically, that's only an application of force in a forward-backward plane through your ankle, your knee, your hip, to drive you to break gravity that way. But it's still forward-backward motion. So it's pretty easy to figure these things out. It just takes you 25 years to get there.
Well, the volume piece of that's kind of like the world I live in, and the world that my brain doesn't fucking shut down with, because that can be manipulated. Obviously, training modalities are going to manipulate what that is. And a lot of times the way that the strength athlete will find is the lower their volume becomes, the stronger their strength output can be, kind of as they would peak for powerlifting context, right? And then that becomes inherently part of their total program. Like, how can we keep doing less to be able to display more output? Meanwhile, their work capacity decreases and they get hurt.
Yep.
Right. So there's that manipulation of I'll call it the workload, sets times reps times weight. There's that manipulation of that workload to gradually increase, to be able to create the base, to be able to express that single 1 rep max and actually fall 2 degrees out of your range of motion and not blow your fucking back apart. But what I find happens so many times is that's hard, right? So like doing 5 sets of 3 at 85% it's hard.
Yeah.
Whereas just working up and doing a heavy triple or doing a heavy single, that's easy, more gratifying. But over a period of time, chips away, their ability to express strength actually goes up short term because they're kind of peaking, and then they do it 1 week too much, and now they're fucked and they're trying to find you, right?
Yep.
To where that still. So I think when people hear those 3 things expressed and they hear volume, they think that they need to do less volume because less volume means they'll get hurt, not get hurt. Too much volume technically can lead to injury, where the inverse can most certainly happen as well because they're not prepared to display.
Yeah, they're not doing that right.
Yeah, so I'm clarifying this for the people because I know how these fuckers think. Like when you're saying volume, you're talking the expression plus and minus.
Of course.
The whole gambit. But people like to hear what they want to hear.
Yep, and disregard the rest. Could be time for breakfast almost today.
Yes. There's let's take a bathroom break real quick, and then we'll light these things up. And there's one question I got that I need to ask you that I need to make a note on real quick. And guys, while we're taking this break, like, comment, subscribe, leave a review, and we'll be back. As I want to call out the limited edition apparel, the link is in the description. As I've spoken about before, the limited edition apparel is apparel that I basically come up with. So some of the designs suck, some of them not so much. It's a weird thing. The ones that I think are going to do really well usually don't. The ones I think aren't going to do really well do really well. Either way, they're all limited runs, so it changes, every single month. But all limited edition items are tri-blend material with, the cut that everybody wants now that's a little bit tighter on their arms so they can show off how big their fucking arms are. The limited edition items directly support the podcast. So head over, pick up your shirt today. Could be a hoodie, could be shorts. We got these ball hugger shorts right now, which I would never wear, but I was told they were super popular. But you know what? They were wrong because they're still sitting there and I probably should discount them right now. Anyhow, if you want to see the discount on the ball hugger shorts, head over to the limited edition apparel, link in the description box. You guys are selecting Marek for your telehealth platform needs. They have a couple different ways that they go about doing this. The first is through a self-selected experience. There's a TABLETALK panel, which is the full panel. That would be the panel that I personally get twice a year. That's checking everything. You name it, it's all there. The other panel is a checkup panel with a guided optimization. You're connected with a patient care coordinator, and the patient care coordinator will meet with you to determine what your needs are, thing to be able to help optimize your health or mitigate without judgment. So the discount code again is TABLETALK, Marek Health, for all your hormone optimization and performance needs. As I want to call out the limited edition apparel, the link is in the description. As I've spoken about before, the limited edition apparel is apparel that I basically come up with. So some of the designs suck, some of them not so much. It's a weird thing. The ones that I think are going to do really well usually don't. The ones that I think aren't going to do really well do really well. Either way, they're all limited runs, so it changes, every single month. But all limited edition items are tri-blend material with, the cut that everybody wants now that's a little bit tighter on their arms so they can show off how big their fucking arms are. The limited edition items directly support the podcast. So head over, pick up your shirt today. Could be a hoodie, could be shorts. We got these ball hugger shorts right now, which I would never wear, but I was told they were super popular. But you know what? They were wrong because they're still sitting there and I probably should discount them right now. Anyhow, if you want to see the discount on the ball hugger shorts, head over to the limited edition apparel, link in the description box. The Swiss Symposium 2023. Yes, we are bringing this back to Columbus again. The date is October 20 and 21, Columbus, Ohio. Hilton, it's the same location it was last year. If you head over to the website, there's a big banner that links directly to Swiss. There's also a link in the description box so you can see who the presenters are as we are booking them for the symposium. The symposium has been going on for 20 years. It's, in my opinion, probably a little biased, but in my opinion, one of the best symposiums when it comes to strength and conditioning, sport medicine, therapy, physical therapy. Right now, the admission is 38% off or 48% off. Don't know. I'm not looking. I'm just kind of looking at the camera right now, but it's the early bird rate. That rate is until July 1st. So now is the best time for you to sign up. When you go to register, there's 3 different ways that you can register for the symposium. There's the general admission, which gets you into all the different lectures that you want to go to. The caveat is there's 3 or 4 lectures going on at the same time. So the second option allows you to purchase the videos of all the lectures for you to be able to watch at a later time. So that allows you and gives you access to everybody that's presenting if there's 2 people presenting at the same time that you would really like to see. The format that those are in is, it's a streaming service. So it's if you've ever purchased a training course from anybody before, it's very similar to that. So you log in and then there's all the presentations that are there. You just click, you watch, you stream. It's how it works. The third option is the VIP option. And included in that is the Sunday after the symposium. A limited number of people will be coming out to our gym, the S5 compound at Elite FTS, with a handful, maybe a little bit more of the presenters that are there, just to train, to hang out, have some barbecue, have a good time. And that again is limited on the attendance. It's already 50% sold out, or 50% of the spots left, depending on how you want to look at it. Go to the link in the description. We'll have more information about the Swiss throughout the podcast as we move forward. We have a lot of the presenters booked for the podcast, so we'll be talking more about it. We'll see you there. So are we back? All right, we're back. Okay. What I want to jump to is, in one of the podcasts that I was watching that you were being interviewed, the subject of mirroring came up, and just using a mirror. I got to be careful because mirroring can be a form of communication, as well. But the mirroring, as far as the ability to be able to use a mirror for, was it the neuro perception, right?
Yeah, like reality is essentially between your understanding of reality is between your ears. Reality itself doesn't give a fuck what you think. I mean, that's another part of it too.
Yeah.
So we are the passive, the active, and the neurological systems. So an area I became interested in was pain perception. How did people perceive pain? Because pain itself doesn't exist. So if a person happens to be diving into a very shallow swimming pool, and they break their neck and they're quadriplegic, we could sit down and have a conversation by the bedside, and I could pull out my cigar lighter and we could burn your finger off and both look at that finger. Not hurting. Looks bad, smells shit, but guess what? You are not experiencing pain because the nerves can't get to your brain to create the experience of pain. On the converse, if you're a person who has a stroke, you may have the situation where you have a physical inability. This is as a result of the stroke. In the brain, you have a physical issue. So there's the sensory, there's the motor, and it's all between the ears. Now, with people who perhaps in Australia, it's not an uncommon thing to go swimming and a great white shark might bite your arm off. what we find is, although the arm's gone, the nerves that control the arm are not gone. They're still there. Well, the nerves in the brain are looking for that arm. They can't find it, so they create one that they think is appropriate. So that is the phantom limb pain. So the phantom limb pain is simply a relationship between the fact that your brain has still got the nerves that control what's no longer there. Now, if I have a person, and this is an area I worked in for quite a while, when you understand that, you can actually put a person in front of a mirror who has got no arm on that right side. But you stand them in front of the mirror and they are now seeing that they actually have a right arm because their left arm has become the right arm in the mirror. Now, here's reality suddenly for the brain. Ah, there's a right arm. So it recognizes that there is a right arm. Now, in phantom limb pain then, what we do is we get the person, and the brain sees this as an intense visualization. When you look in a mirror, the brain sees it as you. It sees it as you. You know it's you. Now you consciously look at yourself there and you realize that is my right arm. Now, once you've recognized that's your right arm, I now get you to move that right arm in the opposing pattern to which you tend to feel a phantom limb is like this. So we then tend to extend the elbow, to extend the shoulder, open the fingers out. And as you're doing that, I will talk to you. I'll say, that is your right arm. Do you see how your right arm is moving? And do you see which way you're perhaps facing as well? So you're facing the opposite direction. That is your right arm. Now, in the right amount of work, very quickly you can relieve a person's arm pain because the brain goes, oh, there it is, it's moving. But it's actually the opposite side of the brain that's moving it. But the perception is, oh, my right arm is moving. And this is where the brain has those wonderful connections that you can hijack. Now, with a person who has an injury, sometimes I'll have a situation where a person has perhaps had a surgery previously and they say, I haven't moved my foot for 2 years since the surgery. The nerve was cut. I can do a bit of a nerve test. It's not hard. And if you've still got something that fires up there, I'll sit you in front of the mirror and I'll make you tap that foot. But I'll tell you, it's the foot. I'll get you to tap with a foot that has no problem. And then you'll see that the side that you thought had a problem can tap. And I've had so many people like that over the years. They come back 2 weeks later, they almost don't universally say a word, they just sit there and tap the foot they couldn't move for 2 years. So that's where we're using the brain to create movement. I can get a person with a shoulder impingement who can't lift their arm above 90 degrees, take them over to the mirror and show them how that arm moves over 90 degrees. Of course, it's the opposite arm. But there's where the cueing comes in. Do you see that's your right arm? Do you feel how your right arm is moving? So you're throwing in the verbal cues. You're making the brain process that is that right arm. And then you're going, feel how that right arm moves. See how that right arm moves. Then perhaps after around about 10, 15 repetitions, I tell them we're going to turn around and with your right arm, you're going to perform that same motion. At that point, we've switched. And they turn around and almost universally they suddenly go, whoop, up overhead. Now, previously, they couldn't do that. I've taught the body it can do it. There's skill to knowing which person you choose to do what with. But the brain works just fantastic with the mirrors. As you say, there's no mirrors in here. Powerlifters don't tend to need to use mirrors very often, but it's a tool in my toolkit. Yeah. Mirror therapy comes into a patient probably once a week.
No shit.
Someone's going to need it. Yeah. It's the most fascinating thing.
No, that was when I first heard that, it was fascinating because it makes sense.
Yeah.
And when you start to peel it all back, then you start thinking that, like you said with the shoulder, it goes there, or if one arm is stronger than the other one, we get that a lot, right? Like, why is my right arm stronger than my left?
Yep.
And then you ask, well, Do you feel that difference on a bench? No.
No.
Just with the dumbbell presses. So I'll put that out to you. So what are your thoughts on that? Right. So they don't feel the difference when they're bilaterally pressing, but if they're unilaterally pressing, one arm stronger than the other on a dumbbell press.
Yeah.
I know what my thoughts are.
What are they concentrating on when they're doing it one armed? Just that arm?
Well, no, when they're doing both arms. So they're doing a 2-arm dumbbell press, but one arm is substantially weaker than the other one.
Weaker. Good word.
Yes, yes.
What is weakness?
In that case?
Lack of skill.
Yes.
You got it straight away. People who come to me with, my left side's weaker than my right side, for example. I'll give them a pen to write their name down on a piece of paper with, and then say, write it with your other hand now, would you? Does it look the same? No. Is there anything wrong with that side? No. Yeah, it just hasn't practiced as much. So that's what you're going to do. You're going to do a bit more skill work with that arm. If you've been throwing a ball, baseball, or whatever, a million times with one arm, well, your other side hasn't got that neurological relationship, hasn't got the stability, hasn't got the endurance, hasn't built up what the other side's got. If you go into a gym, you can get there. So for me, that's a lack of skill.
For me, it would be a question of, does it need to be fixed? Like, what are you doing this for? Right? Because if you try to balance everything, you're nothing.
Yeah, great work there, because that's one of the biggest things I will tell people in certain seminars. You know the guy who's really, really balanced?
No.
I've never fucking heard of him. Yeah. You don't know people who are balanced because they're essentially not very good at anything. To become unbalanced is part of what makes a person become great at something. Other parts are sacrificed to go to the next level. Whether it's lifestyle, so people say, I need to live a balanced life. Well, if you want to have a nice balanced life, look forward to being a nobody. Nobody's going to remember your name. Now, that's fine for most people, but not the people who listen to this podcast. They want something. They want to be good at something. If you're an actor, you probably don't have the best social life. There's probably a lot of things you sacrifice to get there. If you're a top athlete, how many people do you know have slept in their cars for training and life? Multiple. Multiple world champions have done that. They sacrificed to train. They had horrible social lives. Yeah, they got to their goals. So if you try and balance your training and trying to balance your life, trying to balance your finances, your relationships, your family, that's a stress. Now, if you are going to try and take it a little bit higher, it's important to have that conversation with the people who are close to you, that there is going to be some sacrifices, and it's probably going to be them.
Well, I'd say that having the conversation with yourself too, and understanding that the sacrifices are more than they think. Everybody underplays those. But from the physical realm, when the balance thing comes in, the athlete becomes prey to whatever therapist they go to that finds their imbalances. Yeah. And they need to fix those because this is so far off. So the advice to them would be what?
Find another therapist.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Immediately there is the point of, when a person comes to see me with a problem, it's my job to give the solution. So if you're having pain in the front of your shoulder with your bench press, I'll give you the solution to get rid of that pain. But I'm not going to be doing your program.
Well, I was going to say, how do they avoid the problem? How do they go about avoiding the problem?
I'll give them the work that they have not been doing that will give them the capacity to go back to the work that may have been programmed by a very wise coach. So there becomes the unnegotiable underpinnings that they didn't know were missing. And that's fair enough. When I graduated, there was not a single sports medicine professional I knew in the country who understood what a bench press, deadlift, or a squat was. They thought sport was going for a run, playing football or basketball. And I'm talking about looking after pro football teams. They didn't understand weight training. So it's an imperative part of that process really is I've got to bring a person back to performing under now what I think are well-informed coaches. but I'm not the coach at that point. I can examine the program and make some suggestions, perhaps based upon the concept of you could do more of this, more rear delt work would be useful in your program.
Well, we could make the argument, or I can make the argument, that the closer that the athlete gets to their physical potential and their physical limit, they're going to run into problems, right? Now, the further away they are from that, a good coach should help them avoid those problems.
Fantastic. That's a great coach.
An advanced or an advanced athlete, even with an advanced coach, is probably still going to run into some of those problems.
Naturally, and that's why they come to me.
Yes.
And I'll pick up that little thing that was probably all that was missing. And that's all it takes. Then they go back onto it, and that was what they needed, that piece of information that was allowing them to feel pain in the movement. I mean, we talk about feeling pain there.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go.
Yeah. I've never had a top-level lifter approach me for help who was not spectacularly dysfunctional. Ranges of motion that were spectacularly terrible.
Mm-hmm.
But their ability to function brilliantly with dysfunction and not even know it's dysfunctional is another hallmark I find of the more elite individuals in any sport, is the ability to function with dysfunction and not know it. Your Gen Pop person, give them a scratch. They're off the gym for a week. Their ability to tolerate dysfunction is very poor, very low. That's another separating characteristic. You know, I can look at, say, people like Bill Kazmaier when he tore his pec, you know, and coming back. That was pretty huge, the way he did things. I can remember, here's the one, Andrei Milanichev at the Pro Raw Big Dogs. He was one of the first Big Dogs. Now Andrei's a fairly decent powerlifter. Comes up, opens up 250 kilos on the bench press. He missed that. He stands up, totally, relatively emotionless, walks off. The other lifters come out. Andre has the 250 again, second lift, about 10 minutes after the first. Does it quite well. Locks it out. Comes out, I think, does 260 for the third. Meet goes on, and Andre has to pull 400 kilos to win the comp, which he does. No one knows it, but he tore his tricep on that first failed attempt. Torn, you should see how black that photos are 2 or 3 days later.
Mm-hmm.
All right, he's torn his tricep under 250. 10 minutes later, he's done it and gone up. That's the difference between those people. You're not going to get anybody, your lower level people, who can tolerate the dysfunction that produces. And that's the joy I love. I love the mindset of dealing with people who have got significant dysfunctions and problems and yet are performing at a higher level and need to get there.
Well, that becomes the part of the stew, right?
Yeah.
That pain, the more pain that you have, the more used to the pain you become.
So true.
Right? So what used to hurt years ago no longer hurts anymore. So I've had people work on me, and even when I was still competing, that they'll ask, you know, where does it hurt? And I was like, what do you mean by hurt?
Oh yeah.
Like what? Even now, it's like, what do you mean? Right?
You've got a special relationship with pain, Dave.
Like what the fuck do you mean? Do you mean like, where does it stop moving? Do you mean like, where does it hurt? Do you mean like, where do I want to black out? Like, what the fuck do you mean?
Yeah.
Because it's different, you know? So when you start dealing with, if I'm helping more advanced powerlifters and they'll say that something hurts, like, what does that mean?
Yes.
Because most of the time it hurt for a long time and they just didn't say anything.
Before they walked in.
Their normal's just their normal.
Yes.
Right. But even with that, you know, it's like, what do you mean? Like, does it feel like it's going to cramp? Does it feel like somebody's sticking a knee? Like, what? They can't explain it. You deal with it. You work with these people.
Yeah.
They can't explain to you what that is.
Well, they often give you that pain scale out of 10.
What the fuck does that mean, though?
Exactly. So someone comes into me, I'll say, how was the weekend? Oh, I was 8 out of 10 pain. My answer to that is, total bullshit it was.
Yeah.
And then I'll go, so you're telling me you were in an ambulance on the weekend? because ambulance is 8.
Yeah.
You're screaming, you're crying. You're not going to really make probably any word in any language that anyone's going to understand. That's 8. Did you know that 10 means there's no 10.1? I mean, 10 is 10. And you're telling me you're on an 8. What pain scale was it? They go, 3 or 4. Yeah, you need to talk to people about what the perception is.
That's what I was going to ask you, is because it's, I have a funny thing about the pain scale. Anytime I've done surgery, or I've gone under surgery for anything, I rehearse saying 10 just because I know if I'm going to be there for a whole day.
Yeah.
I went on morphine the whole fucking day. I don't want to remember it. So anytime they ask me a question, I just say 10.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I practice before I go in. Then the next day, 2, just to be, because I know it's a pain scale. But I think with people that want to use a pain scale, like 1 to 5 would be a better scale to kind of narrow down on.
The 1 to 10 comes from a thing called the Borg study. And it means that when you ask somebody out of 0 to 10, you're supposed to hold the card up in front of their face and show them what the different levels mean.
Oh, the happy faces and the angry
not
faces.
even that. This is just straight up and down. Didn't even have those on it. That's a study on it. It just shows you strong, not strong, and it just goes through it. That's a validated pain scale. Now, when the doc says, what are you paying out 0 to 10? That's not validated. That's just someone asking you something you haven't had it explained to you.
So how do you, through your diagnosis or whatever you want to, as you're working with somebody, how do you validate what they're actually feeling?
My job there is to become congruent with that person's understanding, and perhaps they need to become congruent with it themselves. So I need you to understand the difference between pain and discomfort. Pain, something you really don't have control over. Discomfort, you don't really like it. You can control it, though, through either stopping something, moving something. Now tell me, do you have pain or do you have discomfort? And then people go, that's discomfort. Good, we can work with that. Now, if we have a pain, then we get ourselves an understanding of, is it congruent with their behavior? Behave what is called pain. Anyone who deals in lower back disorders, you need to understand there's a thing, and especially neck as well, a thing called the centralization phenomenon. And that is, if a person has a referred pain and a central pain, in other words, you've got pain in your lower back, you might have pain in your hamstring, and it relates to the lower back disorder. If you get rid of that person's lower leg pain, but you increase their back pain, then the direction you are going is correct. You're centralizing the pain. Someone comes in with a 2 out of 10 back and a 2 out of 10 hamstring. If you've chosen the right positions, postures, and movements, they may say to you, I've got 0 out of 10 in my hamstring now. I've got 4 in my lower back. Good, you got it right. But if the person goes, I've got 0 out of 10 in my back now, I've got 2 in my hamstring and 2 in my calf, you have peripheralized the person. You've made them worse. Simple way to concept that is, a nerve root being impinged or pushed upon, the further you push into it, the further the pain goes. So if you relieve it, you'll decrease the peripheral pain and you may increase the central pain. That's been shown in so many studies. It's a very valid and very effective way to know that you're doing the right thing. And that comes off the work from Robin McKenzie, who I think began that in 1957, where he made a mistake as a therapist and he told a patient to lie face down on the table behind that curtain over there. That patient walked in who had had 2 years of leg and back pain, relatively unrelenting. What Robin didn't realise was when he told the patient to lie face down on that table was that the table had been used for a knee athlete before him, and that table had been bent up at 45 degrees. The patient walked in, lay down, and was bent like a banana. Robin didn't know it because the curtains are all around the cubicles. He came back about 5 minutes later, and he saw this person bent like a human banana, and he shit himself and thought, I hope my insurance is paid up. And then the patient just turned their head and said, you're a genius. That's the first time in 2 years my leg pain's gone. Well, that began almost the modern understanding of directional preference of lower back pain. And then studies were done by, I think it was Donaldson, is the centralization study that began. And it's always been validated. It's a particularly useful way of knowing when you are dealing with a disc injury, whether the direction or static positions you're putting people in are appropriate. It's a good one, isn't it, huh?
Well, if you're going nerve pain, wouldn't everything track back to the spine anyhow? Yeah. Right? So if it's bicep pain, whatever this is.
Yeah, it's in your head.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's all coming from there, right?
Yeah.
So hence the next question. If, let's say, you can fix the pain response, but there's still dysfunction.
Yeah.
Then what happens?
They're going to do a lot of skill acquisition strength into the pattern that corrects the dysfunction.
But is it still a dysfunction if it doesn't hurt?
Yeah. I have the absolute privilege of working with a patient who cannot feel pain. Okay, as far as I know, there is about 23 recorded cases of this particular genetic inability to feel pain. And it does tend to have a relationship to one particular village in Scotland as a genetic ancestry. So congenital insensitivity to pain. This person cannot feel pain. Break a bone. No problem. I'm not hurting. Tear a hamstring. I'm going to limp. Now, the person's not feeling pain. Does that mean I don't treat them? That's dysfunction. You're always treating the dysfunction. Pain is a perception. Dysfunction is not a perception. It's you can evaluate it.
Well, the reason I'm asking this is because over the last few years, treating the pain has become a very popular.
Yeah, they're for fuckers who can't fucking assess.
That's what I'm saying. It's become a louder voice than the dysfunction.
Welcome to social media, huh?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. People who have no success clinically who are talking shit on social media.
Yeah, so that's why I asked that question, because both would still need to be treated.
Yeah.
But what's always seemed weird to me is treating the dysfunction should inherently help lessen the pain.
Invariably, it should.
Where the opposite would not be true.
Totally right. Because dysfunction is a skill.
Yes.
You got to learn that. So you've got to learn how to strengthen something. Now, if you do it, your pain should drop off because you're treating the dysfunction that's triggering the biological experience of pain.
Where their argument against that would be,
well, they're fucking idiots. I don't want to hear their arguments.
Is that a lot of people still have lower back pain because they really don't have the dysfunction.
Well, that's bullshit.
They just relate to the
those
pain.
professionals do not know how to assess a back. They're just freaking useless, okay? They're making excuses for why they're shit. I don't make any excuses. I accept full responsibility for when someone comes into me, it's not the patient's fault they're feeling pain.
So the pain cannot become somebody's identity.
Oh, that's possible.
Well, I mean, because that kind of goes along with that conversation.
But how many of those are you ever going to see?
Well, I don't know. Here's why I don't know.
I'm going to throw you that one. In my experience of nearly at least 30 years, how many people I met whose pain is their identity? Probably a handful. I don't want to base my career or my income on something that I'm going to see once every couple of years.
Well, I'm bringing it down to more of a micro level. Let's say you have, because I've had this, you have that person that comes to you and says, you know what, I always miss my bench press right here.
Well, good. You probably convinced yourself you're going to miss it there too.
There's my point, right? Because how I'll come back to them is I'll say, always? Yeah, like always.
Always.
Like, so with the bar.
Oh, yeah.
You miss it there? Like your warm-up sets, you miss it there? Then you start backing it down. So like 1 out of every 400 reps, you miss it there. But you've convinced yourself that you...
And you've got a load level, which you've convinced yourself you'll lose.
Yeah. So now when it starts to go there, they've defeated themselves.
You ready to know how to beat that one?
Well, I know how to beat that one from the strength level, but now say on a pain level.
All right.
My shoulder always hurts.
I'm going to tell the patient, shut your eyes. Now, and this is what happened. I actually had this with a national bodybuilder, right? And he came in to see me. He goes, my ass always hurts on the left when I put 300 pounds on my back on a squat. And I went through a bit of an assessment and I said, would you sit down? I want to do visualization with you. Now, close your eyes. I want you to imagine you're in the gym. Now, I make this a very serious visualization. You can hear the plates. You can feel the floor. You have a bar on your back. You can feel that bar. Make this thing real. Okay, you're going to squat with 100 pounds. Good, how'd it feel? Yeah, no problem. Let's go to 200. Okay, step it out. Start repping in your head. How'd it feel? Put it back. No problem. 250. Let's do another set. Put it back. Said, okay, we're putting 300 on. He said, fuck, my butt just hurt. I go, great. Yeah, the whole point that we've just broken there is you now have a total expectation. When that loads on you, it's going to hurt. Now, I can't physically change that unless you mentally understand. You sitting in a chair and telling me that as you visualize that your butt hurt means we've actually got to work on your understanding of what you're anticipating. And that worked straight away. Go home. You better be able to squat 300 in your head before you do it in the gym. And you've got to make it as real as it gets. I had a fantastic fellow recently. He's a top combat instructor worldwide. Has a large system. Fantastic human being. Years of martial arts, pounding, decades. And we put him into a position on the ground. Basically said, I can't do this tactical move where I've got a gun in my hand and I've got to keep a person under control and get up off the ground. I have pain doing that. Now, all I did then is I broke the components down, got each of the components that didn't hurt. I was able to put him into certain positions. The interesting thing was the week before I'd asked him, I want you to do that in your head. And he goes, damn, I can't do it in my head. I'm convinced I got pain. And he knew it was wrong. That's the beauty about him, because that's his area of expertise. Damn, you just exposed me to myself. I think this is going to hurt. And every time I go to do it, I create the situation that makes it hurt. So I just said, okay, for the next week, I want you to realize how stupid that is and how that's not you. And then next time I saw him, let's go through the components of that thing. And then at the end of the session, get on the ground. Okay, grab the gun, go, get up. And he stood up, zero pain, absolutely went through the whole complex movement beautifully. That took me a week to take him from, I can't do that without even thinking it's going to hurt, to actually doing it. But that's me controlling him in a small environment. But he understands it because his work is psychology and combat as well. Not everybody has experience to know how to go through that. That took me time to learn. But I know, because I've got an A point and a B point where I've got to get a person, so I know how to break the movement components down, make them confident those components are good, and then I can string it together.
But isn't that the same thing you're doing with a squat, bench, or deadlift if you're working with somebody?
Absolutely. This whole thing is so simple. But it takes understanding that it's simple. It takes the understanding of knowing movements and then simply applying your cues to get that person there. It's the most wonderful work. I had a girl who came along, a wonderful girl came along to the seminar with Matt and myself yesterday. And she had been told by the doctors that there was nothing more they could do about her shoulder pain. To which we both said, well, Matt and myself said, yeah, they were being honest. There was nothing more they could do. And we're talking a person who's seen surgeons, seen doctors, had the injections. There's nothing more we can do. Good point. There's nothing more you can do. They can do. Well, within the seminar, and seriously, all I'm doing is demonstrating, but I chose her as a demo. We got painless shoulder movement. And that wasn't even taking that person as a patient. That was just simply knowing, you're okay. No one knows how to show you what your weaknesses are. And here's this exercise, do this one. Let's test. Now, I've seen that one move, do this movement. Do that movement, now retest the thing that hurt. She just said, can I hug you? Like it was, I'm suddenly out of pain. I came here for this purpose. 3 years of pain. Well, in a seminar. It's using a basic human anatomy, biology. Great. I'll show you how to move what no one else in the people who you had seen knew how to solve. What was your dysfunction? We address that dysfunction. Now, does that mean it's gone for ever? Of course not. It means you've got to go home and twice a day, every day for the next 3 months, you must do that series of exercises, and there's no negotiation.
Yeah. So that's where I was gonna point out there is the breakdown.
You know it.
Yeah.
And after three months, I don't care if you're painless every single day, you're doing it for 3 months. And after 3 months, you now do it once a day for the rest of your life. We negotiate after that. That's what it is. You have to do this forever. No matter how good you feel, you're only as good as you feel because you're doing it once a day for the rest of your life.
Was it something that she wanted to actually have fixed?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. She had worked hard to try and solve the problem. And that was her understanding was, Andrew's in America and he's close enough that I can see him.
Mm-hmm.
And shit, lucky enough, Matt Wenning's with him, so we're going to have a great seminar.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was fantastic. I had a guy in Thousand Oaks, California, hadn't benched, I think it might have been 6 months, because of shoulder pain. I was doing a shoulder clinic there, and he was a relatively unemotional person. And he was doing all the work that I was teaching, just as in showing people how to solve problems. And then I chose him to come to the bench, and I gave him the cues upon the work we'd been doing. And he stood up after the bench press, and I said, "How was that?" And he goes, "No pain." And he goes, "Can I hug you?" And he was just emotional. That it didn't take much to understand, from my point of view, the dysfunction, and I showed him what no one else had known. I'm not creating anything that doesn't exist. I'm just using the science of human movement. Now, there's a part of that which has to come from the first day I graduated. I went and worked in the world's #1 shoulder clinic. We had the best surgeons the surgeon was there, was the head of the Shoulder Surgeon Society, I think of Australasia. We had the sports medicine professionals who were looking after the top pro teams. And I got brought in as a new grad because I played baseball for Australia. And they wanted someone to construct a throwing program. Now, first day I've walked into that practice, the head of the department, she took me into her office. She shut the door and turned around and said to me, didn't even ask me to sit down, she just turned around and said, "Your job in this practice is to become the best in the world at something." And she looked at me and said, "I'm the best in the world at shoulders, so you go choose something else." Now, incredibly arrogant, but she earned every damn bit of it because she was that good. But she didn't know how to bench press, didn't know what a squat or a deadlift was. Her diagnostic skills are, I think, better than an MRI. But her rehab ability doesn't translate to what we do. Wouldn't have a clue about what we have to do. So it doesn't transfer. Your diagnostic skill doesn't mean you know how to fix somebody. It means you can tell what the structure is. Whether that structure is relevant or not, that's part of the problem with diagnosis.
But did it transfer to the baseball players?
Mine did, because that's why they brought me on board. So I had to be very good. I would go into surgery with the surgeons who are having a fine time chatting away and asking you every anatomical question under the sun while they're doing it. So you learn to be very, very effective. Now, that translated to where I had to work on learning something else, but you still had to be the best shoulder person to be there. Now, they took me then, obviously, to do the shoulder work for pro athletes, developing rehab programs. But I had body dysmorphia. Okay, I'm walking in, I'm realistically a failed bodybuilder. I didn't realize I was a failed bodybuilder then. I was just a freaking bodybuilder. Mm-hmm. But, you know, fuck dieting. So, to me, when it comes down to it, I'm dealing with weight trainers, but I have the shoulder understanding working with the best in the world. So I started to really learn about, I knew a bit about benching. Fuck, not enough, don't worry. But I understood what we were doing. Then I had to apply the excellence that was required as a shoulder practitioner at that clinic. And I couldn't say why I discovered what I did, but a lot of it comes from just the fact you're seeing patients all the time, and I'm seeing weight training patients. Now, I would have used their approach in the early days. That wasn't going to work, by the way. Their stuff was always, to me, a failure for weight trainers. Well, at that point, I'm 25 years away from where I am today. But my passion has always been weight training. So I've got to have weight training individual solutions. I could look at where I'd suddenly developed the combination of exercises that underpins shoulder solutions in bench press. I would almost say I can't remember the last person. There would be one or two out there who I couldn't solve their problem where everyone else had failed. Well, that's because I'm me. I've been through my experiences. I got to where I am only because of who the people I had to see before, and developed the protocols that underpin the successful return to painless bench press for shoulders. It's a journey. So when I look at somebody, I can pretty much tell where the problems are living. I can look at a person's posture and I can understand. There's a relationship between that arthrogenic neuromuscular inhibition. What agonist-antagonist relationships do I need to address? There's only so many muscles in a human body. And I'm lucky enough that I spent 3 years in cadaver labs, usually at midnight with a book open because I had to study harder than most people, mainly because I just love my sport time, that you tend to find the answers are already there. There's no muscle we don't know about. There's no movement patterns we don't understand. But there are PhDs in shoulders who are entirely shit because they are pushing an agenda that doesn't relate to human movement. They're playing psychologists. Most people think of the shoulder as a complex joint, don't entitle it as a complex joint. It's pretty straightforward. You got shoulder blade control to your spine, you got shoulder blade control to your humerus, and then you got muscles that attach to your humerus that are going to produce power. Okay, 3 areas to understand. Find the dysfunction, address the dysfunction, and then you'll find that the strengths you have been developing that are now, as you'd say, the asymmetry. You've developed excellent pressing power, but you haven't got the necessary deceleration. You haven't produced, as Poliquin I think at first said, you can't shoot a cannon out of a canoe. Most people, they're lucky if they got a canoe. I mean, seriously, yeah, they're standing on a little kid's boat. You have to create an aircraft carrier for launching off a 600-pound bench. Doesn't happen off anything else. So you've got to have that muscular balance. Balance being a tough word to use. You need to have the appropriate muscular and strength, movement, skill pattern that can allow you to launch that weight. How's that sound?
Well, you noted posture in there.
Yeah,
and there's, right. I troll myself, I used to troll myself a lot more on Instagram than I do now, but I had a cable curl that I posted last week where I kind of trolled myself.
Yeah.
And it was kind of posture related, right? Because I think posture is an important thing. And this is where I'm going to
you're a bit right about that.
This is where I'm going to have you go on this one is, I find it interesting that, all the problems of today are because people are hunched over on their phone. But
a lot of them.
Weren't those also the problems of the industrial age when everybody was hunched over a factory line?
And they all died at about 40 anyway.
And going home sitting in a recliner.
Got an idea. These were not healthy people.
Yeah. Then when you go back further, weren't they all sitting around fires?
Fuck no. If you sat around the fire, you'd starve. You better go out and get something to put on that fire.
The cowboys, hunched on their horse, hunched over a bar stool.
Yeah.
I mean, people have been hunching forever, right? The point I was trying to make
Go hunch.
is don't fucking hunch. Learn better posture because this is where I will go because you can show and work with people to strengthen what they need to strengthen to fix whatever this deficit is.
Yeah.
But if they're not conscious on how they sit, how they walk, then how much of that's just wasted energy or wasted effort on your part?
Well, you're especially dealing with athletes who need to create capacity to have the postures and loads that are not natural.
Mm-hmm.
So if you sit all day in shit posture, as in forward shoulders, flexed lumbar spine, already you've got structures under there that are starting to eat up their capacity. You want to sit in posterior pelvic tilt long enough? You're pushing your nucleus and your disc posteriorly. That's where it's going. And then you want to walk into the gym and decide to see at CrossFit how many deadlifts you can do until fatigue.
Oh, I get that, but how many posts on Instagram do you see that say, hey, sit up straight?
Oh, I don't see any of those.
Quit walking like an idiot. Like all the things that my parents would tell me when I was younger. Don't hunch over your food, sit up.
Such good habits in its own way. Our human spine is supposed to go through a large range of motion. It's acceptable. Some positions are not statically appropriate for long periods of time, unless you do some opposing movements. But there was a head of the Russian health system. It was someone like Amazov, and he was a guy who was a heart surgeon. I think he was a general in the army before he became a heart surgeon. And he had a really nice concept that every joint in the human body should be put through its full range of motion every day. How many people do that?
Fucking zero. I gotta think. If I do that, I'm sorry.
We do. But there's the general point you get to is postures can be sustained, but they have to be opposed as well.
I'd be close. I'd be close.
Yeah, it's what we do. So he would do things such as neck rotation, neck extension, shoulder movements, thoracic movements, hip movements, knee movements, ankle movements, spine movements. And the fun thing was you had to do more every year of age. So you added one more repetition each year because that's what you're going to be combating. Oh, I thought he moved really well in his 80s. I remember seeing a video. Yeah, he moved well.
No, that's a daily thing. I could see that being not well executed. Because as I'm going through this in my brain, it's the knees would probably be where I'd fall short on that. One thing though I've become more adamant about as I've gotten older with people with their training is powerlifting is essentially a sport in which you're trying to make longer movements shorter so you can be stronger, right? So it's a short range motion sport. So with each joint that you shorten in that day, you should do one exercise towards the end of the day that's through a full range of motion.
How wonderful.
So if you squat, box squat, you know, and it's a half squat, whatever it is, and then just grab the rack post before you leave and squat into a deep knee bend. You don't need to do this loaded with a whole lot of weight. Just balance the range of motion. Elbows, everything's like triceps and benches, full range. Just get one thing in there. And it feels like I'm screaming in a hurricane.
You should have a prescription pad on your table there, Dave, and that's something you should tear off and throw to everybody. This is your prescription, because that's brilliant.
They don't do it till they're fucked up.
No, they don't do it till they're fucked up.
And it doesn't take a whole lot of time to balance. I think once I started to correlate it with balancing it out and showing people how short we make everything. The bench, you're arching, you're pulling your ribs up. I mean, you're doing everything to take an inch off.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So what are you doing to get that shoulder capsule, back?
Yes.
And usually nothing.
Absolutely nothing, because that's part of the tendency of the people we deal with.
As you've been here in the States for
12 weeks almost.
12 weeks now.
Yeah.
What are the things that you've seen most often through the clinics?
Well, one of the things I do notice, having been in the USA for 12 weeks, is it's about the best place on earth. All right. 12 weeks, we have had the best relationships and interactions, and I don't just mean with athletes. I could be walking into the service station after filling up my car. I could be going to the Waffle House and no one threw a chair. I could go to any place, and the people in the States who I've met, and gosh, through the South and the Midwest especially, okay, there is a graciousness and a hospitality nowhere else in the world I have ever experienced. Such unsolicited and warmth. It's beautiful. That's the biggest thing I get. And where's that really come from? I think this nation was built upon some principles that are very important. And, one nation under God with liberty and justice for all, shit that's written in stone, And there are people, I think, in society within where I've been, And that's the tenet of their parents, their grandparents, their great-grandparents, and everyone lives that. And they're still showing it. So, yeah, I'm very blessed to have actually been in the US to say, thank you to everybody I've met. You guys are freaking awesome. So I've started in LA this year. My daughter was competing in the World Jiu-Jitsu Championships. The really reason she came, I found out, really, she wanted to go to Disneyland, you know.
Yeah.
Next year she'll come back for the title. Met beautiful people there naturally. El Luchador Barbell Club, you know, Carlos, that's where Ed Cohen and myself did our squat seminar. Oh, it's community. I just love community. Here the community's tight. People are so darn good. I had the best time, and I really thank, El Luchador Barbell Club for what they've given to me as a community, the friendship for life. Ed and myself love what we do together. So I've got a great relationship there. We went up to Yosemite. People are brilliant. Came down through other parts of California, held other workshops. San Diego, worked with some beautiful people there. The kettlebell crew, athletes, great professionals. Now, patients on the way, yep, seeing some patients, but they're no different to the patients I would see every day. Las Vegas, did some work with Joe Sullivan. Now, Joe's knowledge and work was exemplary to work with. His mobility work was something I really enjoyed seeing. We were able to do a beautiful squat seminar and bench press work as well. Then we come across to Miami where, part of the community at the Battle Axe Gym with Mike De La Pava. Yeah, your family. And you're working with people. We held a seminar at the Battle Axe Gym, probably on 2 of the hottest days in Miami. That gym has got 0 aircon. I didn't even notice. Everybody sweat drenched, nobody's eyes glazed, everyone having a great time. Everyone doing the work. Same universal problems I'm going to get. My shoulder hurts when I bench. My back hurts when I hit this position in a deadlift. All right, I'll show you how to fix your deadlift. Walked up to Iron University, Aldo, who looks after a lot of the top bikini athletes there. The guy's sort of like a insane scientist. He comes up with stuff that nobody else has come up with. See, a lot of the work you'll get will say, oh, what's the research say in regard to a hip thrust versus a squat? Well, there's no good research on those two things because every 2 people are different. Even those people have had different coaches to get to different things. There will be different muscle activation patterns within human beings based on their history, based on their anthropometrics. There's so much in there that invalidates, oh, this does more muscle than that muscle does. I'll cue you to change that in a second. I'll tell you to do this, and that's going to change your muscle activation pattern. Everything changes under coaching. So Aldo's brilliant because his mind takes him into 3 dimensions. He plays 3-dimensional chess where people play checkers with exercise for glutes. Mm-hmm. I loved watching that mind just go, wow. And there's a guy trained under Charles Glass, one of the best bodybuilding coaches. Then he trained under Dorian Yates as well. So I see a person there who I understand why he's thinking the way he does. Went up to Jacksonville with Brian Carroll. Spent a great day with Brian. That's got a lot of my development there is understanding load. Brian's the guy. Whereas Mike down in Battle Axe Gym there, he credits Brian for basically saving him. Mm-hmm. Brian told him, you can't put a bar on your back for 6 weeks. You don't deserve it. And Mike's a tough guy, but Mike respects Brian. And he'll say that. That's that ability to say, that spine needs some unloading. And no, you can't put an empty bar on that back. No, not for another 6 weeks again. The ability to work with these really great professionals. Went up through Georgia, Alabama, and Tennessee, Matt Wenning, myself, Gunnar Peterson, and Don Saladino. These are the people who look after the Marvel actors. They look after major celebs. Gunnar, strength conditioning coach for the Lakers. Learning from Gunnar, to me, gave me something I hadn't seen since undergraduate. He's a guy who teaches every person, and how long has he been in the industry for? Every person who comes into that place, it's like the first person he's seen. Everything's schmick, everything's clean, everything's focused. He lifts the game again. That was beautiful to watch from a professional's point of view of watching a top professional in no ways as good as he is. And Don's magnificent. And then coming up, I got to stop in at see Adam Dirks up there at Southern Strength. Strongman gym. Great work there. Really enjoyed having to do a bit more work with him. Then coming up through Kentucky, Julius Maddox and myself get to catch up. Julius gave me a wonderful insight, because Julius asked me a question. That's one of the reasons I was there. How do I increase my stability on the bench? Because he often benches in places where bars are not even, floors are not even. And I thought, you know what? This is almost the first time I've had to look at that load and talk stability. I talk stability when a person's under lesser loads, because I can see they're unstable. Hey, Julius, you're as stable as that upper body gets on a bench. You've built outstanding. You can launch off that. But I noticed your feet moved. I noticed your knee flicked internally when you went to drive. There's where the hips are. That's where the glutes. You're getting, shall we say, leg drive, but it's not being translated as well as it should. Your stability, instability feeling there is coming from that your glutes allowing that leg drive are not keeping your knees as stable as they need to do on the drive. This is great, because suddenly we're talking about the same stability that you only have to talk about with people who are elite squatters, where you can't have a 64th of an inch of an error in a position. Julius doing what he does on gyms that are not always optimal, that's different to a squat mono setup. The bench is actually a little bit less respective for that. Oh, just lie down and lift. Watch where that bar is. It's not even. That really matters it coming up towards 800 pound. And this was a sudden moment. Here it is. We've got the person who is now demonstrating the same requirements that you see on a bench that a squat requires. So it was great to work with Julius. And you want to see a 400 pound man perform a front plank, that's strength as well. I got him to do it. And it worked. Creating rotational stability. I got Julius to do a bird dog. You want to see a 400 pound man do a bird dog? I'm telling you, you got to work stability.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So these were brilliant opportunities to take myself and work with people who I've communicated with only, by FaceTime video. The biggest thing is being here in America, there is an elevated group of people that's just more of them. Your community is a bunch of people that probably don't exist anywhere else in the world. There's nowhere else in the world is there that many people who perform as highly with as many people who have had that much experience, who are coaching amongst that. So this elevates me to be amongst this community here. I just feel it's the best place on earth to learn.
This is interesting to me, because a couple questions off that, though, before I make this statement is, did you see differences amongst different regions of the states on where their deficiencies were? Like when I used to give seminars long time ago, people in Texas would squat one way, people in Michigan would squat one way, people in Florida would squat one way. It was like one guy was going around and showing all these people. I don't know if that's still the case because of the internet. It should have balanced it all out. Did you see anything like that?
No, I basically, because you can imagine, I probably haven't seen enough population consistently to notice the differences. I would say have worked with a top bikini athlete and showed her perfect deadlift position. It had never been corrupted by anybody else. So when I showed her where she stands and how it works, it looked like she'd been doing deadlifts for 10 years. It was perfection in motion, because I put her in the position that is perfect for her. As a result, I have not seen problems that I saw consistently. So if I went to a powerlifting meet in each state, I'd probably start to see that.
All right.
But I didn't see enough people to notice the difference.
Well, the other interesting thing was I've heard many people who travel around the world giving clinics like you do and seminars like you do, that they're basically giving up on trying to do them in the United States because they can't get more than 10 or 15 people, where they can go anywhere else in the world and they're getting 40 or 50.
True, yes.
And so there's their frustration there, which...
That's such a good observation.
Which it is, because if the educational level here, perception is so much higher than from where, because they're not going...
They all want it online now.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to... Are you streaming?
But you actually, now that you have a biased opinion because you're in groups of people who are coming to these clinics.
But in Australia, they're groups of 40.
Yes, and I've heard this from 15 different people now.
Yeah. Here, it's very interesting to look. There isn't the translation to face that other countries will do. You're not supposed to be a prophet in your own backyard. I'm still pretty much doing okay with that one. So it's very understandable often that you won't get the people in your own state because you're there. But people outside of you can't wait to see you. But you're right. I mean, we have people travel from all around. We have people travel from Latin America to come to some of my seminars here.
No, that's what, that's, yes. I'll have things out here and I'll have sometimes nobody from Ohio, but people from 2 other countries.
Everybody's going to come to here except the local crew.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah, for me, it's the most phenomenal thing. But when you grew up, you went to your locals as much as you could.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because that was it. People not tending to do that as much. They're tending to look to TikTok, see how to dance. They're looking at social media from somebody who probably hasn't done the work. It's much more like people are expecting online content here. COVID definitely exploded that. Most people who are doing a lot of face-to-face work said post-COVID, the face-to-face dropped off. Everyone got used to receiving information off their computer. And that's how they want it delivered now. After being conditioned for a couple of years, they've been basically saying, yeah, can you stream that? Can I download it? I'm old school. Perhaps that's why we're that way. We would travel to see the person. It's perhaps a societal, it's perhaps that's really behind it. Who we were when we were 20 and 30, we'd go see people. If we could fly there to get there, even we'd do it. We'd drive 8-10 hours to get there because it was a special event. And we still love that special interaction that you can only get from a one face-to-face workshop.
Well, what I think we're seeing is, and I saw this last year with promoting Swiss, is when you're dealing with the younger in the 20s and stuff like that, we were trying to market the benefits of personal interaction and networking to people who have never had personal interaction and networking before.
Yes, they don't understand that.
So you can't market what they don't know.
There's a great statement that Gunnar Peterson said. There's competition at the bottom and there's collaboration at the top. All these people coming in at the bottom see everybody else's competition. They're missing the collaboration opportunities. That's what they got to. People going to face-to-face, going to seminars, going to workshops, you're going to find people who you'll need to collaborate with, and they need you. You're not going to get that online on Facebook. You're not going to get that on an online course. You need to collaborate to grow and be strong. Absolute collaboration. Swiss is imperative to this community.
Well, that was, I mean, for me, because, God, I got to go way back. I think I did the second one or the first one. I don't fucking know. I mean, it's a long time, but that was thrusting me in an environment at the time where I was still competing amongst all these other professionals.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, it was information overload. But again, it's my ignorance was so high, my ability to absorb was much better, right? Because I'm not judging anything. Like, they're all here, they're all speaking. Everybody's
You're allowed to judge, Dave.
Well, I know that,
Yes.
but I'm not, because I'm looking at all this stuff. Then it was the realization that I didn't know shit. That happens a lot of times throughout our lives.
Oh gosh, yeah.
You think you know what you're fucking talking about, and all of a sudden it's like, I don't know a fucking thing. And Ken has that ability, or to be able to pull all these people together from these different disciplines.
Ken's awesome.
And make this thing work in that way, and then bring in people that lift weights. As you were talking about earlier, because it's a vital part. Of all this, especially if the patient client is somebody that lifts weights.
It is. These face-to-face interactions, you don't get that when you get the online course streaming. Because you turn off your computer, you're missing the community that talks after that workshop's finished.
Yeah, I think it can. I don't want to be too critical of it, because if I was to go back and was that 12, 13-year-old kid starting over again, training for my first meet, I would definitely be on Instagram and TikTok trying to learn from anybody I could.
Yeah, and hopefully you wouldn't be telling them how to do it.
Yeah. And I hope not. And because I was walking to buy every magazine I possibly could for the hopes that there would be a powerlifting article in Muscle Mag at the end. Like sometimes powerlifting or not, but Muscle and Fitness would have one article.
Yeah, Fred Hatfield would be lucky.
Like the whole fucking magazine, there's one article on powerlifting. The rest of it's a bodybuilding shit.
And you know what interesting thing is? I bought Fred Hatfield's How to Squat book.
Yeah, I have that.
Do you remember how many pages are in that thing?
Not much.
Zip. I'm going to buy a book on squatting now. Zip. Huge. Yeah, what a different world it was.
And he probably said more in that book than a lot of them that are out there now. I mean, if you really want to go back and look at it, you know, compensatory acceleration, you know, all those things.
That lives.
But I think if I was to give advice on how to manipulate and learn from all that, is you would study all the online resources as much as you could before you would network with somebody to be able to ask better questions.
Yes, absolutely.
Instead of just coming in blind and saying, hey, can you fix this?
Yes.
Like, what the fuck? If you knew where they were coming from.
I've got a special friend, and he made a huge fortune off the first of the fitness apps. And he's a business, his management work is brilliant. He's a great person for understanding structures of, shall we say, development of corporations, effective management. Now, before I ever got the right to ask him a question on business, he gave me 3 books to read. And there's about 700 pages of work there. I haven't earned the right to ask him a question on business until I've done the work. Yeah. And he always says, how'd that go? I said, I'm sitting on a plane. I've got 200 pages to go on this one, taking notes all the way. I want to hear your thoughts on that. I'm not at the point where I ask those questions. I am just about now. But okay, I'm going to tell you, it's taken me a year of understanding some business strategies, effective management, effective human beings, before I've earned the right to ask a person in that area specifically good questions, which I should have known the basics before I asked them.
Yeah. I mean, it would be the same thing as, you know, somebody asking you, or basically coming up and saying, my back's jacked up, can you help? Like, you know?
I'll say yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll say yeah, but you won't understand how I did it.
If people would ask me about business, and I would ask them if they even, you know, they don't even know what their fucking profit and loss statements are. They don't know the variables that go into that. I'm like, what the fuck? You know, they just want to know how to market. Like that's cool. That's cool. You know, that's cool. That's one aspect. But there's a market what? Like, what's the product? There's a lot of other things that go into this.
Everything that we look at there is you have to earn the right to ask the right question. Yeah. Yeah. Whether it's training or whether it's art, whether it's executive management, whether it's business. Yeah. You may have questions, but perhaps you should read the subject before you ask somebody else.
It would help. You know, I'm often, a couple days ago, I did those AMA things that you do on Instagram where they ask me anything. And some of the questions, you know, I don't like to say that there is such a thing as a bad question, because any question with intent, somebody taking their time to actually try to inquire. But some, it's just like, man, you know.
That reminds me of Sebastian Oreb, the Australian strength coach. To me, one of the best strength coaches that has ever been. Studied so hard. Overnight success, took 20 years. You know, the strength coach who took Hafthor Bjornsson to the world's strongest man. And you can look at all the athletes he's produced. And Sebastian tells a wonderful story which reflects exactly what you say. Doing a seminar on bench press and discussing shoulder scapular positioning. 9 o'clock in the morning, the workshop has begun. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the workshop is concluding. Do we have any questions? And he said, one person put their hand up and said, it might be a dumb question, but what's a scapula? That, as he said, that wasn't a dumb question at 9 o'clock, but it's a very dumb question at 3 o'clock. So it's a matter of make sure that you get an understanding of what you're dealing with before you get to the point where asking that question is inappropriate. Yeah, I thought that was a classic one that we always iterate that in our seminars together. First thing, everyone stand up. This is a scapula.
Yeah, I was going to push back on that and say the lesson from that, if I was him, would be to never assume they know.
We'd always do that.
Yeah.
I did that with Matt the other day. I tell everyone the story about that moment, how that's what happened. I said, okay, at the start of the seminar, this is your collarbone. Everyone stand up. Person next to you, find the collarbone. Walk along the collarbone. That's your collarbone.
Mm-hmm.
See that bump at the end? That's your AC joint. A acromion. That's off your scapula. Let's turn around and find your scapula now. We start off with making sure that everyone understands the terms, not sitting down your ass like you would at home trying to do a course, but you're in a live action workshop. You're working with people. You're consolidating that information in a way you can't do online. We can give you a good understanding, but workshops face-to-face are awesome. The best we can do is when we do that in an online course now, we really demonstrate that straight up front.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here's your humerus. That part on your shoulder there, where your shoulder blade meets the humerus, that's called the glenoid. That's your glenohumeral joint. Yeah, we make sure. Everybody say it. Everybody says it. There are 3 planes of movement. Stand up, everybody. Okay, bend forward. That's forward. This is backward. That's backwards. Forward, backward plane. Bend to your side. Bend to the other side. That's your side to side or frontal plane. Then we do the rotation. Everybody say it as you do it. Good. Now we all know what those things are. And then at the end of the day, reiterate it again. Simple concepts, but you give the bricks and mortar, everything else will build easy.
All right. Well, something I think would be interesting, which was kind of a pivot from what I had down here, but before we started the podcast, we were talking a little bit about my shoulder, and you started asking some questions, and I said, just hold off. We'll do this during the podcast.
Tell me about it.
Right. So we'll just let that conversation move forward.
Yeah.
And it will, because I think I saw somewhere that when you work with somebody, you'll spend 20, 30 minutes just talking to them.
Usually it's 20 to 30 minutes.
So we'll just make that part of what this podcast is, and we'll just go straight through it unscripted.
So what's your problem, Dave?
What is my problem? I have a lot of problems. But
why have you come to see me today?
Yeah, but if we're talking the shoulder, what is the problem? And see, the first thing I came back to you with is how do you want me to define that? Because I can define that as
What's your
far
problem?
as
What's your problem?
I could say I have no problem at this point because my life has been adjusted in such a way that I can take it or leave it with how it is.
What is it that you can't do that you want to be able to do? I'm going to call that a problem.
My pausing is because I don't know if I even give a fuck. Like if I can't reach up and grab something off of the refrigerator.
Would you like to?
I don't really care to. I don't need to.
There's part of it.
Right. So it's
now if you wish to put the star on the Christmas tree.
Can't do it.
That's right. But do you want to do it one day for the kids around or whatever? Maybe.
I have another arm. Right.
Yeah,
so I've
got one more left.
Well, it's been fucked up for over 2 decades. Right. So I've learned to live with the way it is. Right. I can't grab a squat bar. And if I'm to go back, I can give you history leading into, the injuries that I think led into all that.
Always fun.
Yeah. Okay. We'll do that because that's fun. I've always had a history of pec tear, so that goes way back before I even came to Westside. Before coming to Westside, I tore my left pec tendon completely out of the humerus. So,
congratulations.
Oh, that was awesome. So they screwed that back in, and my first 4 to 8 weeks at Westside were with that being put in. I note that because I'm thinking back through time, it created an imbalance from left to right.
Yes.
So there's compensation that began from there. Over a period of time, this kept re-rupturing, not re-tearing, just scar tissue re-rupturing. So I figured out how to manage that. Then this one tore. Bench shirt decided to go sideways. So it wasn't overuse.
Stability issue.
I have bench shirt 100%. It went here and it just, the way the fucking bench shirts were back then, triple denim, stupid type shit. So awesome. I would like to say it was stability, but it was a lack of stability in the fucking shirt, just going, one arm was longer, whatever it was. Either way, that goes. Doesn't need to be surgically repaired. So now I have more compensations and all that going.
Sure.
A couple years after that, pain in the trap led to a surgery I shouldn't have had, which was to go in to remove bone spurs and arthritis that was in this shoulder joint.
Right, yes.
From there, I wanted to have full range of motion within a week before I came back to see the doctor, because that's what stupid meatheads do. So
The doctor did not tell you at that point what the directions were before the next appointment?
No.
That's a failure.
I just said I'm going to have full range of motion when I come back because I got to meet in 8 weeks. So it was one of those things. So I did.
My point to that would be, do you need that full range of motion for the next meet, or how much motion?
I just wanted range of motion to do the bench
to
meet.
do that. Good.
Yeah. So just do that. So I was able to do that, but I expedited very, very, very fast, what that was. Then 2 years later, then it really started to reduce range of motion. Not the pain's the pain. Like the pain at that point is just whatever. The first on the trap pain.
That's very good what you said there, because we addressed how important the dysfunction is to treat, not the pain.
Yes. Now, the first time when I had it cleaned up, the pain in my trap was ridiculous and it never stopped. So that was why I had the surgery.
And was that successful in reducing that pain which you went in for?
That pain went away.
Okay, that was the appropriate surgery for that problem.
Yes, that pain went away. So when the pain, so from then, 3 or 4 years later, it's really hard. I'm losing function, to get under the bar because I wasn't doing anything to maintain the function.
Yeah.
So Louie and I had this great idea that we were going to train for a meet and only use the safety squat bar until the last 4 or 5 weeks out.
Sure.
That way we can just, the shoulders won't get beat up and it won't fuck our bench up, because the squatting, cranking underneath there with all the bands was fucking our bench up.
Sure.
So let's just use the safety squat bar, take that off of there. And when it came time to go back under the bar, I had to have somebody wedge my arm under the bar to be able to get to the meet. And then after that, that was it. I couldn't get under a bar again.
Yeah.
Went back to see what the damage was. And the bone spurs were back. There were way more bone spurs.
And why are they back?
Don't know.
Because the original reason for the first bone spurs had never been addressed. You got the thing cleaned up, but what should have been addressed at that point is, why did they occur? That was not just hey, it's me. No, they're actually probably a reaction to compensations.
Yeah.
And that's a big part of it, because bone spurs can disappear, arthritis can decrease if you take the reason for the stress off that area.
Yeah. So the bone spurs came back, and they already had shaved the capsule, down.
Docs will do that.
For the other 2 times that they were in there.
Yeah.
So when I went back in, I'm like, we need to go in there and clean this up again. They said, no, at this point it needs replaced. I said, no, I'm done. We're not doing this anymore. And then wherever my range of motion was at that point, it's don't let it get worse. That was the goal.
Yeah.
Don't let it get worse. Live with it. If it ever gets to a point to where it was like my hips and it was pain all the time.
Yep.
And if it ever gets to that point, then I will consider it. But I've never seen anybody come back from a shoulder replacement with any degree of success.
Yeah, that makes 2 of us.
Ever. So I'm like, no, fuck that. I can still train kind of how I want, but I can't do certain things.
Yep.
I can't, squat. I got to use safety bars, yoke bars. So to answer the question, my life has been adjusted in a way that I can live without any problem. Yes, there's pain, and there's pain, when I get up and stuff like that. There's definitely pain if I try to go into a movement, in a range of motion that I can't go into.
Yes.
And do I have any strong desire to be able to do a fucking chin up or reach in my closet or hold a squat bar? No.
That's right.
Do I have a strong desire to not let it get worse? 100%.
Great.
Because I don't want the fucking replacement.
No.
And it's been 20 years of avoiding it in the first place. But in the back of my mind, there's that, I could wake up one day like I did with my hip and it was like on fire and just never went away. Right. So that's where it is, right? Yep. So that's the life side. Now, what they've told me it is there's so much arthritis and bone spurs in there that it gets jammed. It's in those ranges of motion that I can't go through.
Can I give you a series of movements?
Sure.
That could then increase what you thought was a limitation?
Well, we can increase the range of motion for sure.
Yeah.
That we can.
And then we can maintain that increase.
Yeah.
And then if you do the work on a daily basis, you may find you've reached another stability area where you can now do a little bit more with, and you can gain a little bit more range because you're stronger. It's not mobility comes from strength. Stability unleashes the ability that's there. So we would look at quite a bit of what are the compensation patterns you've had to use. How can we find the things you haven't been using well? And how can we see if that changes the movement you're limited with? Realistically, most of the shoulder problems we're going to get, as you might say, there's a fair bit of arthritis there. Well, if I give you perhaps an hourly lat exercise that I can show you actually increases the space between the acromion bone and the humeral head, and I can increase a little bit of space under there, but I'm going to have to get you to do it probably hourly for a while, where I can get your lat to be a little bit more consistently on through a day, we'll probably find your motion will start to improve. I've had this with older house painters even, who come to me with subacromial impingement and they're stuck, they can't get up. They're working with it. They're house painting still. Well, the point is they're at the point where they can't do the work that is their income. So I can give them work that offsets the pattern they're using. They take a band to work every hour, work the opposite pattern, and then they're back at work the next hour. Do the pattern again, back to work, and they're back to full capacity of being able to fill their books. But it's not like you do the exercise once a day and now I'm going to do that other movement that's been giving me pain. I can do it for 8 hours a day. If you've got a problem and you're, they say, a bit older, a bit more arthritis under there, you're going to do the work more consistently than if you're 20. And there's a key to where it comes down. Fuck, do I really want to do that work? Well, how about a set every hour? How hard is that to put up a band on a power rack? You walk by it and I'll give you a particular lat pull every hour that you're at work. I bet we'll start to find that things change a bit better. And there's other exercises I would look at strengthening up. Your internal rotation and shoulder extension in one movement. We can do it on the ground. We could do it standing. It's better on the ground. Can you reach behind you? This is a great one. Top powerlifter comes to see me, and he is well known for not doing his rehab work. Man, is he dysfunctional, okay? But he comes to me, and he's got a history of not doing his rehab with other professionals. When they heard he was coming to see me, doesn't do his work, they tell me. Sat down, what's your problem? His problem, I can't wipe my ass anymore, and my wife refuses to do it for me. Okay, we're on.
He's got another arm.
I don't think he had the mobility with that arm. I think they're both down, right?
That's fucked. Yeah, that would be bad.
We're talking super heavy.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad.
Now, finally, we got the motivation that he has to have that range of mobility regardless. Oh, well, I think we're about 7 years down the track now, and he still does his work that I gave him in the first instance, and he still talks about it. So he's still able to wipe his ass, and he's still able to compete at a top level. I can give him more if I ever catch up with him. I can give him more mobility under the bar, because a lot of people who are hands out holding onto the plates, that's only because you don't know that you can get better, and no one knows how to show you that mobility. I'll give you the exercises that will suddenly improve your mobility, and if you do them every day, you will get into that close position under the bar where you should be. Now, that means you do a lot of work. But
here would be the question I have with that, because this becomes a broader question, is assuming that the joint is packed with spurs.
Well,
right?
Once again, Dave,
assuming.
Don't tell me the diagnosis, tell me the problem.
I get that, but I'm leading to something here. Those spurs then are chipping away at the capsule. Yeah. Because this is what happened to my hips.
Sure.
Is all the bone spurs rip the hip girdle apart.
Oh, your labrum would have been frayed.
And then the hip girdle actually began to fracture because of the force that was.
You're going to have an anteriorly placed femoral head in that acetabulum.
So, well, I have titanium. They're both replaced. So those are all good. So I'm good now. But that leads to the question of, if there's more repetition, because the one thing when I went in for my hip and I was explaining to when I knew this had to be done. When I saw the hip girdle was fractured, I'm like, this is bad. This is fucking bad. He was asking me what I was doing, and there are a lot of mobility, leg swings, stuff like repetition work.
Good things I don't give people.
Exactly. And he said, every repetition you did just made this worse because of the wear and tear.
Yeah.
Which made me then think, okay, which is worse when you're in that state? A heavy weight for a heavy single or triple or 5, or 200 reps of repetition type work. You see what's going on here?
Yeah, I'm with you. That's that 200 you're going to do every day repetitions
is worse.
Oh,
in that case,
it's worse because it's also teaching you a bad movement pattern.
I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that even makes my argument even better, or my side of that even better, because I'm just looking at because it's an if, right? If this is true and this is ripping the shit out of it even more. You see what I'm saying? And well, who knows? Who knows? Because you can open it up. Yeah. They may not be. There's a lot of assumptions being made unless you look at this under ultrasound now and can see.
Whereas I'm going to go, put your ultrasound aside, put your MRI aside, stick it over in the corner. Let's go see if I can increase your painless movement range. We'll look at the scan at the end.
Yeah. Well, either way, we're in agreement that the repetition stuff.
It's the bad movement patterning that's only going to display under everything else you do then.
Because for my hips, that's what the recommendations were.
What? Leg swings?
It's just mobility work, repetition, move it, get blood in there, move it.
Move it correctly.
Yes. Okay, so that's the caveat.
It's absolutely it. Is determine the problem, apply the solution very specifically. There is no such thing as a non-specific problem. You've got a hip problem, it's specific to a certain position, movement, load. Good, let's define it. Now, what do we do to attack that specific thing? Everything has specifics, and that's why I spend 20 to 30 minutes talking. I want to know the exact specifics of what I'm dealing with. Then we'll walk out and I know what I'm dealing with because you told me everything I need to know.
For 4 fucking years, I've been looking for the answer to that question. Which is worse? That having, you know what I'm saying? Right. But there was a missing variable.
Yeah.
What is the movement pattern?
Yeah, there it is.
Now it makes fucking total sense.
Yeah. You always have been a movement pattern based person. You're a scientist.
How did I not fucking know that? Even the people that I would ask, and it's a lot, people that follow the podcast can go back because I've asked this to a lot of people because it's a mystery.
It was a mystery.
Yeah. Because it does because it plays. If you're a washed up meathead and you still like to lift heavy,
me.
This plays into how you train moving forward.
Yeah.
Right. But you're basically doing is saying, yeah, you can still go heavy. So reinforces what I want to reinforce.
You can go heavy, but how about stop doing the shit that's fucking up your movement pattern under the heavy weight?
Yeah.
Oh, now you're into medicine because you're prescribing a specific intervention to allow you to do what you like to do. Nothing non-specific. You're not doing general swings. You're not doing general mobility. You're doing specific mobility work to enable you to perform a specific movement better and painlessly.
I see where this will lead into a little bit other questions here because where this is as I've demonstrated, I can live with it.
Yeah.
How it is. I have 100%. Yeah. But 2 degrees worse, I'm fucked, right? That's where, prolotherapy stems. There's a lot of options that come out there.
Treating a symptom, really.
Every one of those that I've ever looked at, I've always looked at it as they never tell you a downside. So here's the upside, but if it gets 2% worse, I'm fucked. So no, thank you. I don't want that.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think that's been the right answer for all that because I could get this shit all free.
Yeah.
As well, but to me, it's like, I don't care if you're just sticking fucking saline in there.
Yeah.
If you move one thing around the wrong way, I can be fucked.
Yes, you can be.
Okay. So I'm right on that assumption as well.
You certainly are. And you're not prepared to take that gamble.
Hell no, because the option, the alternative is a robot shoulder. I got robot hips. They're great. I think they've done a great job with hips.
They certainly
haven't
have.
done a very good job with shoulders.
Shoulders are still a long way to go.
A long way. Like a fucking really long way. Like it hasn't gotten any better in the 20 fucking years that I've been trying to wait for it,
Pretty good call. Once again, why do 50% of spinal fusions fail after 5 years? They didn't fail, it was a rehab. Same thing with surgery, shoulder surgery, hip, whatever. Why do you go back for the next one? Well, no one addressed what you did wrong for the first one. Fix that, you're going to be okay.
With the hips, there's still a lifespan though, right?
Which the replacements?
Yeah.
There is. Some people seem to have a long time with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've exceeded what it's supposed to be.
How lucky, huh?
Yeah, I know.
No.
I think it's because of what you're talking about. I try not to do the stupid shit. I do stupid shit, but I do it very calculated, from all that.
Yes, great.
But it's, that's what's always been kind of, from just the replacement side of all this, has been always interesting to me because it seems like the advancements there have been good.
Yes.
And knees have been pretty good.
Yes, definitely knees are much better.
So I don't know why shoulders lag so far behind.
I think if you look at the smaller musculature that's involved in shoulders, the rotator cuffs supply stability. What are you going to do with those when you got a shoulder replacement? It's a different world you're dealing with. Yeah, I just find that the shoulder requires a beautiful relationship for your rotator cuff to work. But why is your rotator cuff going to work effectively? Only when your shoulder blade relates to your thoracic spine correctly. Shooting the cannon out of the canoe. Don't treat the glenohumeral joint if you haven't assessed the competence of the stability of the scapulothoracic joint. Doing frickin' side-lying external rotation ain't going to do nothing if you haven't set the stable base of scapulothoracic work to base the external rotation from. I don't get that exercise anyway. But I'll show you how to do it correctly if you like it. So go behind. We always go, it's like, the Wizard of Oz. You've got to go behind the curtain. Yeah. You got pain in the front of your shoulder? Yeah. What's the last thing I'd need to look at? Because you already told me that hurts. I got to see the things that you don't know don't work.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where the skill of it, you don't learn that in university. So if you've graduated and you're a doctor of physical therapy, trust me, no one's ever taught you how to properly assess a bench press shoulder problem. Not until you come to my course. Because I don't know anyone else who knows how to put it together for a weight training shoulder. It's the only course I know that exists.
Yeah. I'm going through my head, thinking.
Starts to become clear, doesn't it, really?
Well, it does, but I'm also at the same time, I'm thinking of, what education down those lines have actually, led to any of that. Because you run into some weird fields where the people that may be able to actually help aren't qualified and then won't because they're scared.
The word qualification is tough, isn't it? I look at a person who works with human beings consistently and has great results as having a greater qualification than a person who has spent 120 hours over 3 years to get a doctorate.
Well, I'm looking at it from a legal system.
Yeah, that's, again, the legal system.
Yeah.
All right. We're dealing with specifically something that is not related to understanding the experience of a human being. Yeah. For example, look, a judge will look at an MRI and make a decision based on the MRI damage, especially when you've got the expert witness and the people who will back up that the MRI is the cause of the problem, when realistically, I know it's not. That's going to happen. That's your legal system. They will base it upon the amount of damage. So that's how it's evaluated. Incapacity.
Well, it handcuffs a lot of potential practitioners, though.
I got a chance. We're not ever going to change that.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the tough part. So those practitioners who are skilled, I would suggest it's time to, if you want to move into that area, go and get a qualification. And I don't care if it's the lowest hanging fruit institution. If you need the qualification and you are experienced and you're good and you go to the university and they teach you stuff that you know is wrong, when you do the exam, you write down what they damn well told you and get your qualification. And then you can go back to doing what's right. But yeah, you got to do it. You got to pay. People come to my courses who are undergraduates, and I always say that to them. Don't put my work down in your answers. You write down what you are told at university to pass. Let them tell you there's a VMO muscle. There frickin' isn't a VMO muscle. It doesn't exist. Anatomical studies have never fucking found it, all right? Doesn't exist. But if your lecturer sends you a series of notes on VMO rehab, regurgitate the damn things and get an A. That's how it goes. Get your qualification.
Yeah. So now we're talking about hip problems that are knee problems, right?
You can't get one without the other. You might know it, but you've got them both, yeah.
Yeah, well, let's go down that road because I don't think we've talked about that.
Let's get there.
Okay, so let's get down that road.
Below the belt for a change.
Yes, yes. So we'll go below the belt. So we'll do, I guess what we were talking about is TKEs, VMO, things.
What VMO? There's no fucking VMO.
So, yes.
Now, where did that come from? It came from a lady called Jenny McConnell back in Sydney, Australia, who produced a presentation that she said that there was a small muscle on the inside of your knee, not the vastus medialis, but the vastus medialis obliquus muscle. In other words, oblique fibers of the vastus medialis that were not firing correctly, and as a result, your patella was moving laterally. It's wrong. Just imagine how big a VMO really would be if it actually existed. It'll be the size of your thumbnail. How big are your quads? You think this little thing over here is going to be offsetting everything else? No, that was stupid. But we're all bought into it. I worked at a clinic with a guy who was probably said to be the best of the VMO rehab guys. Now, as part of the undergraduate, I got to spend some time with him. And I did notice on the patient notes there that many of the patients who were there in that clinic had been there 12 months and were still doing taping their knees and were still doing frickin' step downs, but it's 12 months later and they're still not out of pain. Well, because what was happening was they were looking at the kneecap in what was essentially an open chain, meaning the foot's not on the ground. And if you x-ray that, it may appear that the patella is lateral. It's not. It's that your femur is internally rotated. You've got the wrong perspective. Put the foot on the ground, and as was shown in some MRI studies around about 2010, that patella is exactly where it should be, but your femur's just rotated internally. Well, what controls your femoral internal rotation? It's not VMO, it's glutes. That people walk into me with years of knee pain, and then I give them the correct exercise of gluteal movement, and they'll squat without pain. I've had that with people who've walked in who for 2 years have been told by therapists and surgeons, you can't squat again. Now, they walk in and they sit down and they'll have some pain. And I'll say, put your feet here. Now, when you stand up, push your knees out. Now, do that again when you sit back down. Push your hips back, push your knees out. And I go, how did that feel? And I go, no pain. And they look at me and go, no pain. But I have had pain sitting down for the last 3 years and everyone said they can't help. Well, no one actually taught you to actually sit properly. No one taught you how to squat properly. Very simple thing. Fix the mechanics. That was your lack of femoral external rotation control. So what 12 months of failed VMO bullshit didn't achieve, we start and we do one session. I'm expecting a significant change with showing you how the gluteal movements occur. Now, you could be great at a hip thrust. Doesn't mean your squat's going to be good, because strength is positional. Strength is specific to task. So you can have the best hip thrust in the world. You can stick a couple of 100 kilos on there. That's nice. Doesn't mean the motor pattern has anything to do with the squat motor pattern. So you better get the motor pattern of a squat correct. There it is. Comes back to that same thing as you're saying about leg swings. It's a poor motor pattern, perhaps, and you're just doing lots of poor motor patterns. You need the right motor pattern. And you'll see when you watch a 1,000-pound squat, you'll see a good motor pattern in a squat. Therapists are not taught, as far as any university I've met, how to teach a person to move into a chair and stand up without pain. How to squat.
Say that again.
I've yet to meet a university program that will teach a person who has knee pain how to stand up out of a chair and sit back into a chair without knee pain with a squat technique.
Isn't that the first thing that they teach anybody in a hospital after a surgery is how to go from a sit to a stand?
And usually it's freaking poorly.
Yes, but it's there.
It's there, but once again, I say they haven't been taught to do it correctly.
Yeah.
They'll sort of teach you out. Now you've had your TKR. Yeah, but your motor pattern's still crap. It's just now it doesn't feel so bad.
It's fucking with my head a little bit, because coming from a powerlifting background, like, how can you teach somebody to stand up from a chair?
I know, it gets me. What
do you do? Just say stand up? That's good.
Hey,
here's the cookie.
Yeah, well, remember, that's how it works in a lot of physical therapy approaches now, because all they do is read research papers. They don't understand human movement. There should be a degree in human movement and rehab. That'll be useful. Now, let me think about that one. There's a good part of that. I have the opportunity to do a guest lecture to the graduating years of a Doctor of Physical Therapy class. And I open the lecture up with a bit of an intro, and then I say in front of the class, and I do that at all my lumbar spine courses, who here can tell me what muscle controls the curvature of your lumbar spine, the lordosis, most effectively? These people have been at university at least 7 or 8 years. I've yet to have a single person in a single class or in a single workshop who hasn't heard of me before give me the correct answer. How can you graduate with a doctor of anything and you're expected to treat spines, and you can't tell me the muscle that controls the curvature of your spine through space? That's the level of education people have been given by academics who don't even know what clinical work is. And do any of our listeners know what muscle it is that controls lumbar lordosis most effectively? Good for you, those of you who do. For those who don't, it's the thoracic components of your spinal erectors, the iliocostalis and longissimus. Why does it do that more effectively than any other muscle? It's because its tendon is furthest from the axis of rotation of the spine in the sagittal plane. That means, like a bow and arrow, the further the string is from the bow, the more effective it is, the more powerful it is. And that's your thoracic components of your lumbar erectors. Your lumbar components of your lumbar erectors provide posterior shear against the anterior shear of the upper body and whatever weight you're moving. That's the powerhouse that holds the lumbar spine against flexion under load. Then you have your multifidus muscle underneath, and that is segment by segment by segment control in anti-rotation and flexion. So the injuries we see are a failure of the movement pattern, where there will become a segmental flexion under load whilst it's moving, that exposes the passive disc underneath to forces in flexion and compression. And in every study that's ever been shown, that's how you produce a posterior disc herniation. There's your 3 layers of lumbar erectors. They have different purposes. That's why a person might not like the reverse hyper, because it's producing posterior shear to get your legs up. There are some people are going to need posterior shear to feel better. You needed the posterior shear exercise work. That's what you needed. Someone else, your posterior shear muscles are working too much already, and you haven't got the stability to offset that, and you're going to hate the reverse hyper.
Well, my question there is, how are you going to isolate one without contributing components from the others.
There's always the saying, contributing components is to the level which produces a pain or problem. Because nothing works in isolation, but I can emphasize your thoracic extensors and not your lumbar, and I can emphasize your lumbar and not your thoracic through the correct choice of exercise. No problem for me. That's all I spend my life doing. But you can see it immediately. You would see it. Once we started working with something like that, you would go, okay, I got that. That's working that area. Okay, I got that. I can feel that's working that area. Okay. The other one's still not quiet. It's not asleep. They got to work together. But it's where you reach that point where the imbalance of forces produces the pain and problem. There's also a fourth layer of spine, and everyone's forgot that one. And that's the interspinale and intertransversare muscle. Now, the reason they've been forgotten, and this is my next area of love in life and the expertise in a correct lumbar spine rehab program, is the muscles that sit between the actual bones themselves. They're very low in, say, force production. They don't produce force. They don't have enough cross-sectional area to produce force. So they've been forgotten in research because they don't produce force. Don't forget them. They're high in muscle spindles. Muscle spindles are the things that put your body in space correctly. So they're an imperative part of stability system is your position of body in space and your awareness relationship. That comes back to 1906 with Lord Sherrington, by the way. He invented that, won a Nobel Prize for his work on the integrated nervous system. So this was another part where I did work with J.P. Price. We put a bar on the back with a couple of bouncy rubber bands and put a kettlebell or a weight on one side. And now let's walk forwards, let's walk backwards. Let's walk forward, let's walk backwards. Let's change the weight to the other side. Now what you're doing there is you're working your proprioceptive system because that weight's just bouncing and that bar's on your back. And your spine's got to know how to do this reflexively very fast. It's not your active force-producing muscle system that has to do that. It's the proprioceptive system underneath that has to fire off to teach the active muscular system how to stabilize fast. And there's a big key. I've had people go into surgery who's come to see me and cough and sneeze. You know what? That really hurts when you got those sorts of problems. We'll do the proprioceptive work. Why the hell am I feeling so good? Well, now your underlying muscular system is firing off from the center outwards better. Yeah, it's an amazing area to work with, and I did some work on that, on the relationship between a single leg stance with your eyes closed and the movement of your spine afterwards. No stretching, no mobility, just stand, bend backwards with your hands on your hips once. Okay, now stand on one foot for 30 seconds with your eyes shut. Stand on the other for 30 seconds with your eyes shut. Do that twice. Retest that lumbar spine extension. Universally, it increases significantly and feels better. We didn't do any stretching. We just woke up your proprioceptive system to enable your body to feel able to move. Stability unleashes ability. It's awesome stuff. Passive, active, neurological. Only 3 areas we've got to work with. I'm playing neurological now.
Were to go the opposite directions, I would look at it and say where I think most practitioners, when they're putting content out, the muscles that they forget to talk about are the erectors, the abdominals, the obliques, and the lats.
Absolutely.
All they do is talk about the underlying tissues where those
They don't even talk about the ones I just spoke about. They don't even know they exist.
Well, I guess you're right there. So the next layers out, they hyper focus there, where that's where it comes back to the bigger muscle groups. How much of the contributing stabilization is coming from that?
Fuck all. I mean, fun.
Yeah.
The muscles closest to the joint, their purpose is not to produce massive force. Their purpose is stabilize.
Yeah.
What are the big muscles for? Production of force. Good. They're not stabilizing muscles. They're force producers. So remember, realistically, that's where you got to go. You've got to make sure your stability enables your force producers to power off. You're looking good now. There's an answer. big muscles don't produce stability, they produce force. Now, we could talk about a bench. You've got to have good lats, essentially, to be able to counter the anterior force that's going to be driven forwards as well. So they do provide stability when we look at co-contraction and co-activation.
Yeah.
But underlyingly, that can't fire off unless the joint is optimally positioned.
With what you're saying with that and the stability and the force, one of the things I've kind of always been on the fence with is when you're dealing with exercises is warm-ups to prime movers. And you're going to do exercises that are going to fatigue stabilizers before doing a prime mover.
Don't fatigue them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're in a position where you're fucking yourself up.
Yes.
So what's the difference between the activation and fatiguing? Because they're not going to know.
Activation.
It's not like these things go to failure.
No. Activation should be a low enough load that it gets the muscle ready for the integration into the prime move. A great example, a lady contacted me. During the COVID experience, she flew from, I think it was Argentina, to Sydney. Approximately took 30 hours of flying and sitting on her butt, okay? And obviously connections at that time, there wasn't a lot of flights. Mm-hmm. So we're looking at 30 hours of sitting in hip flexion. Hip flexion is going to produce perhaps some facilitation of the psoas tightness through some irritation that might be under there in the hip, tight hips now, inhibited the gluteals. Now, after 30 hours of flying, what is she going to do? Go to the gym. What exercise should I choose? I will do a deadlift. She walked up to the bar. A light, fine bar, but appropriate to warm up with. She bent over, picked up the bar, and immediately tore both hamstrings off the pelvis. Snapped off bone, ischial tuberosity fractures. Because her gluteals were not involved in producing the torque to stand up, because they've been inhibited. And her hamstring said, I'll do the work. They did it very quickly and very forcefully, while so many other systems had not been activated. Had she spent 5 minutes doing the appropriate activation, that would never have occurred. Now, activations are physiological principles. You'll remember from exercise science, Dave. There's a thing called post-activation performance enhancement, PAPE. Post-activation, meaning after activation, there's performance enhancement. Essentially, let's call that performing a movement pattern, low load, high frequency, and then going to the larger load pattern that's required for and inserting it. That works. Now, I didn't fatigue anybody's stability mechanism. I activated it. 25 reps of this, 25 reps of that, 25 reps of this, 25 reps of that. Mostly body weight work. Okay, put a band around your knees. Let's do a few movements that perhaps encourage now that facilitation into the squat pattern. Good. Okay, you can walk up to the bar and you're ready to warm up. You activated. You have post-activation performance enhancement. There's your safety. So that's why I use the mantra activate, mobilize, warm up, train. Activation is required before you attend to the mobility, but if your mobility shit, mobility gets prioritized in front. But you've got to go from the high frequency, load, this is a pattern I'm looking for that I need to achieve as the load increases. So when people say knees out in a squat, for example, okay, it's a cue we might use. How about you actually do that in a low load position and you know what you're doing there, and then it might be like my lock clams that I came up with about 20 years ago, that is simply producing abduction and external rotation. Yeah, but you're not moving into a squat pattern. Then you go into the squat pattern, but you've got that movement already as a motor cue. That's the way the knee moves. Now we'll drive your hips back and allow your knees then to have that activation that you'll hold position better. Now your glutes are going to contribute better to the squat pattern. See, the thing evolutionarily about a squat is that as your hips descend in and the hip angle increases, your gluteals have a decreased vector efficiency to extend your hip. Your adductors and hamstrings do. That's where their power comes in. That's why you see people do knee valgus, where they have a failure of your gluteals to hold the position. Your adductors and hamstrings are doing that. They're doing their job. Their force vector's better. We apply a force vector activation. We basically get the glutes to do their work. So as you come out of the squat, those glutes will then contribute to that movement. That's why you can't do a research paper unless it discusses those things on a squat. Forget it.
Oh, of course. I mean, they're not going to.
No. And so they're all invalid as far as I see. It's all simple, by the way. You know it now.
Well, I know that.
You're going back to this and going, shit, I know this.
Well, I know that. But where my mind's going are those people that are out there now that are new PTs into the industry, and they're coming through and they're listening, and they're so like, what the fuck? Like, how am I supposed to learn all this? You know, where my answer is just train. But anyhow,
I like that one.
You know, be around people that know what they're doing.
Just train, but train with an eye now that is open to understanding. Don't train blindly.
I don't know if that's enough.
I do simple shit.
Yeah, I know. Where I see a huge lack is in when they training with intent, actually trying to feel what's actually going on.
Yeah, you need to have an understanding of what you are looking for to feel too, don't you?
Yeah, so if it's the clam that you're talking about, they have to know what
Only my
they
clam.
feel, right? Well, for the glutes, like what do the glutes feel like to contract?
And if you're a coach, it's very easy to have somebody lying on the ground, show them the movement that I'm talking about, and say, when you squat, this is what I'm looking for your knee to perform. So you're coaching and cueing very quickly. Okay. So that's the knee feel. As I say, you'll have a muscle feel. Yeah. Now, there's lots of ways to make people feel glutes. So they say, I might not feel my glutes. Well, I've got a toolkit, about 180 exercises we shot for United Health Education. There are exercises on there that nobody I've ever met has ever said to me, I don't feel my glutes.
Well, how they're going to feel the glutes in the bottom of a squat is going to be different than how they're going to feel the glutes.
I hope they're not thinking about their ass.
Yeah, it's...
But you're right. That's exactly it. And you can get people to connect with that, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can cue that. As you're saying, young PTs coming out, they need to attach themselves to somebody who is very clinically gym experienced, but has a record of success. Not just sitting in the gym as a meathead for 20 years. We're talking about somebody who's got a number on the board with competitors. Not just recently, but got a bit of a history. You do have to pay to find a person of experience.
That should be a given, though.
That should be a given. But social media makes everybody an expert. And people are growing up, our young PTs are growing up thinking that you're an expert because you've got 1 million followers.
Yeah, I forgot all about social media as we've been sitting here talking, even though we're on fucking social media on YouTube right now.
Yeah. It's a misuse, and unfortunately, that's society's communications have developed faster than our ability to understand how to use them discerningly.
And that's only going to get faster.
And worse.
Yeah, because it's becoming faster.
So the people who come to the podcast that you've been doing for so long, this is, to me, the fountain of knowledge. This is where they got to go. They got to go to Elite FTS. They got to go to Table Talk. Don't go listen to a podcast by somebody else in an industry that's not related to what you're really interested in now. You've only got so many hours a day. You got to spend your time specifically in the pursuit of what you should be excellent in. You've only got so much time. Don't be sitting on scrolling through a phone for 10 minutes without purpose.
Well, I don't think you can get the content that's really going to help you in that time. If I can sit down with somebody for 3 hours, a lot of topics are going to come up.
Yeah.
And a lot of stuff comes through that. You can't pull that out of somebody in 5 minutes.
Sure can't.
And then that can lead back to other videos that you've done going more into detail in certain areas of these things, and where to try to condense that into a fucking short or a reel is very hard.
Yeah, it's always going to be out of context.
And those actually just become more entertainment
That's all it is. Yes.
You know, to be able to pull people into the other content. And they do, this is where I'm hopeful. They do have, it's weird, right? Because people have two types of attention spans right now: next to nothing and very long. It's fucked up. Like anything in between is like gone. Like articles are pretty much gone, but long white papers would still work.
Yeah.
You know, books kind of still will.
Books work.
Books still work. I mean,
Yep.
and long form podcasts work. But then on the other side, anything under 60 seconds works. You try to fill anything in that middle, it doesn't, you know, that's where there's a gap.
And we can't be responsible for that. What you're putting out is the best information available on your podcasts, on your interviews. And it's there for people to go mining. It's theirs. You get the Swiss videos, you get these videos. You're going to see the best people in the world talking on their subject of expertise. That's really where, if you want to be a professional, and I listen to very little now because I spend a lot of time book learning, and like yourself, I went to every freaking article in every magazine just to hope to find something. Started our way off. And now there's few people I get the opportunity to really listen to, except for exceptional individuals who I always looked up to. Yeah, I still get, as I said, with Eddie Cohen back in Los Angeles at El Luchador Barbell Club, I watched him give a cue on a squat that changed me immediately. And it was simply showing how he externally rotates his femurs when he's standing taking the bar. And I saw it move. I needed to see that tightness to understand the cue. And I got it. I went to the gym the next day and I did it. And hell, my shoulder mobility even improved. Everything got tighter and everything was better. Simple, produced beautifully, demonstrated well. Yeah. Still learning from the best.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's very good at, I've done a few with him. He's very good at finding those issues and then being able to communicate them. He's also very good at the people who aren't getting what he's saying, going to the people that will get. Yeah. You know, so he's way better at that than what I am. You know, and that way, you know, because some people want to tell you what they know.
Yes.
You know, and I'm sure you've had that often. You know, and that can start to occupy a lot of time during a clinic where other people really want to be able to absorb, you know, new information.
That's the tough part, but that's up to the presenter to become experienced at handling.
Where Ed is really good. Very good at that.
So good.
Very good at that, to where it's like, fuck, I wish I could do that. You know, so that's where, with him, that was the one skill I'm like, I got to work on this a little bit better.
And as a young PT, there's something to learn as well. You're not going to get it straight away. You're going to be talking with people who take up your time. And we all have. We have to do it until we get to the point of doing it better.
Yeah, the one, I did one with him in Nebraska, I believe, and there's like 40 people, and it's just me and him, and I'm like losing my fucking mind because it's like 40, they're all over the place. I'm like, how the fuck can I watch this? You know what I'm saying? Because once the weight gets to like 2.25 on a squat, how much I can help is really diminished at that point, right? Because now they're under more load and it's harder to make the changes that you want to make.
Yes.
You know, and they're like fucking everywhere, man. They're like, and I'm like, Ed, like, what the fuck? Like, he's like, just chill out, settle down, just find the ones that need the help, go work out. And I'm like losing because I'm so, my whole life, it's always been one squat rack, one group. You work with those people, they're all there, you know, and this was just like, and he was just like fucking chilling. I left there and I'm like, I gotta learn how to be like that.
I wonder, how did he learn to be like that?
I have no idea. I still to this day I don't know, but it's a skill that worked. You know, meanwhile, you know, I'm like, it was fucking with me because I'm like, I'm seeing like we were talking about earlier, I'm seeing all these things. You know, it's just like, fuck, this is fucked. I'm like, fuck, I can't be in 4 places at one fucking time. And he's just like, find the worst. You know, I'm like,
or find the best.
Yeah, or yeah. And like, I'll go there, and then, but that was a fun one. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I've learned that in skill as well.
Yeah.
In a large group of 40 people, and everyone's squat 5 racks around, and I see something poor in one position, I'll head towards that one, but I'll work with who's in front of me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a skill. It's a different skill, that's for certain. It also lowers how much you're going to be able to work.
Yeah.
Tremendously.
Well, people can only take in so much information at once. If you can do one thing to make a person better to walk out of a workshop, you've done pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's the imperative, I think. And some people come away with more.
Where are you next?
On a plane to Los Angeles to meet our friends at El Luchador, and then back to Australia to do some work with Sebastian Oreb, the Australian strength coach. And currently I've got it's taken a couple of years to develop, but I've developed the lumbar spine leadership course. And basically that's about a 250-page book that I've produced that I'd used to teach in courses, but I shot lectures for every chapter now. So people will then be able to get the basics, see the lectures, have an exercise library that relates to that, but there's a monthly membership where I sit down on Zoom, 3 different time zones, and I explain everything further, because I'm giving you basically 25 to 30 years of my experience, and that book gives you the introduction to being successful in applying a lot of the basics. If you understand the basics, you'll understand how to progress them and perhaps regress them. And that's the key to success. But every month we'll just go through research papers that are good and perhaps one that's not so good. And then every month, depending on the individual's level of commitment to what we're doing, answer Q&A work. But you can imagine with 30 years of work underneath there, there's a lot to learn. So I'll take you through the evolutionary anatomy, but maybe on the Zoom, we're going to talk about the application of that to the squat problem or the deadlift problem and why it's there. So you can only go so deep on a book. You can only go so deep on a lecture. Now it's the interaction component. And I don't see anyone out there who's actually got that level of experience that can help coaches and PTs and anybody who's interested to treating people, especially. It doesn't even mean you have to be a lumbar spine lover. You'll learn the basics of how a human is and why we take certain approaches at certain times. For example, the neutral spine when you're injured. It's in neutral spine rehab until we've settled it down, and then we can introduce some flexion. But you've got to know how to transition. You've got to know that, hey, the McGill Big Three, guess what? It's a freaking brilliant series of exercises, but it's not the only thing the great man ever invented.
Yeah.
All right? So people decry, the McGill's Big Three. Well, shit, unless you're certified in it, don't try and tell me you can talk about it. Yeah. That's the stupid stuff out there is people talking about exercise series. They don't understand the philosophy behind it. You want to think about this? We've got 3 planes of motion. McGill's Big Three. First thing, abdominal brace. Great. What's that? That's sagittal stability, getting you ready for this position. Forward, backward plane. What's the next one? Side plank. Frontal plane. What's the third one? Bird dog, anti-rotation. You've got your 3 planes of motion there that are being addressed. Who talks about that? Who understands why they're the Big Three? They're not random. They're precise and scientifically developed to produce the next level of work that you're going to put above it. But you're still going to be doing those things to start with. And you're never going to be allowed to stop doing them, by the way. You're going to do them at least once a day.
Well, the other thing that gets lost with those 3 that I've seen, and we've had Brian do videos and Sam do videos and other people do videos, there's regressions and progressions.
Yeah.
People just think they watch one 45-second clip that you just do this. And it's like, it can be really fucking hard to do. Really hard.
Oh, yeah, it is tough. I mean, Julian Maddox do a bird dog. Watch that. That's awesome.
Or he could just sit down there and flap his leg and flap his arm. Like there's
awesome.
You see what I'm saying? It's two different things.
Yeah.
And I think when people think of those, it's like, this is just using the month example.
Yeah.
They hurt their back. This is what they do for a couple of weeks, and they get better. And it probably had nothing to do with their shitty application of how they were doing those things.
Absolutely. They got better in spite of what they did, not because of what they did.
Yes. Yes. Where then long term, it reoccurs.
Short term.
Short term. Yeah, probably. Actually, you're right. Short term. You know, Yeah. Every time they would phase back again. I'm thinking of powerlifters. And when it hits them, just every time they start to get to the triples, like the second week of triples, bam.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. You know, this was avoidable this time. The first time I'd still say it's avoidable. But the first time you don't know any better.
Absolutely don't know any better.
Yeah. So first time, whatever.
You could be taught better, but I don't know if that's ever going to become obviously available as general knowledge.
No. And they won't do it. You know, put yourself in the 18-year-old mind. You know, you're making great gains. You're indestructible. You can recover from anything.
Yeah.
Now, by the way, add this shit in before. Fuck, it ain't going to happen, dude.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. And that's what we're going to be dealing with.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we often don't get caught up in the areas that are going to not give us value, which is trying to put in preventatives for people who aren't going to do it.
That brings up a good point. And I missed the ball a little bit on this. When I came into the sport young, I did have that mindset. Like, what are the most common injuries?
Yeah.
Okay, well, pec tears. That was a big one.
Yeah.
All right, so pec tears are a problem, and knees. Like, those are the things that I was seeing. I would go to a meet, and it'd be, bam, fucking knee, boom, pec. Yeah. And then I blew my pec. And this was just a few years into powerlifting. I'm like, well, that's fucked. But anyhow, I'm going to do everything in my power to avoid those things, right? Now, further along, what are the main things that you see that powerlifters are being struck with injury-wise, so they know when they're coming in? These are the things. Lower backs were another one. So I was always very adamant. I don't want to fuck my lower back up. No. That didn't mean preventing doing things. It meant doing other things to make sure it didn't get hurt.
Correct, yes.
Or learning from those that did fuck their backs up.
Yeah.
Right. So I had no issues there. I had no issues with my knees. Hips are another story, but pecs are another story. But I kind of avoided some. I think people coming in now, from what you're seeing, what are the areas that are getting hit the hardest?
We're seeing a lot of, obviously, quad tears.
Why is that now?
Because of social media. People putting too much on their back that they don't deserve and they haven't earned the right to, and then they're going to try and squat it to parallel. They haven't got the tendon strength. They haven't got the muscular system to support that weight.
So when you say that, are you speaking just years of training as far as that?
Yes, yet they're putting a weight they have not deserved to really work with yet. And they've got a long way with what they've got physically until they've loaded something that a major snap occurs with. Now, they're far less, but they're the more obvious ones we will see on social media. Most people are going to grumble around about knee pain, shoulder pain, hip pain on a daily basis. So what can they do to prevent that? Fairly straightforward. We're sitting here in our chairs, hunter-gatherers, and we're not using our glutes into hip extension. The glutes are an interesting muscle in that the most power that a glute produces is close to 0 degrees from shoulder to hip to knee. There's Brett Contreras' beautiful development of the hip thrust because it puts maximum load in the most effective position for a glute to take load, and therefore pretty good for hypertrophy. But that doesn't translate as a movement pattern to a squat. If you really wanted to, you could do your hip thrust, and I like the idea for people who need this, is they do program their weakness of their knee control, which is glute-based, so they do some hypertrophy work, strength work, hip thrust, but then they integrate it into the squat technique that has been their problem where they get knee pain. So you use one and apply it to the problem. That's the key to the success, is to find the accessory you need, but don't walk away. Go pick up the pattern. So interestingly, many years ago, the longest standing record in Australian powerlifting was Bev Francis's, I think it's 155 kilo bench press. Now Bev, she's here, New York, Australia. I chased Bev for a long time to try and get an answer from Bev. Why is it you were the first female to bench press 300 pound? Now, good fortune is, as an IFBB pro judge, I sat down at a contest one day. I'm judge number 1, and Bev Francis is judge number 2. Finally, I've got Bev trapped. I just turned to her and said, how did you have bench press 300 pound. Why were you the person to break it? And I said to her, to me, that was like Roger Bannister breaking the 4-minute mile barrier. And she said, yeah, we both had the same coach. Now, how interesting have we got something there? The guy who broke the 4-minute mile is now the guy who's coached Bev to the 300 pound bench press. The key to it, she trained like an athlete. Bev said to me, I bench press, squatted and deadlifted 7 days a week. I didn't take a day off. If I felt good, I kept training. If I felt I needed a day off, I took a day off. We go back to the initial statement is, I bench pressed, squatted and deadlifted 7 days a week. Didn't mean she was maxing out 7 days a week. It meant if it's bench day on Monday, I still put a bar on my back and I practice my squat pattern. I pick up a deadlift bar. I practice my deadlift pattern. Next day could be squat day. You bench the day before. I lie on the bench press. I practice my bench press. Now that's taking the athletic mentality of, if you want to be a golf pro, do you hit the shit out of a ball once a week and rest? No. You'll be practicing twice a day with skill acquisition. You want to play pro tennis? You're going to do skill acquisition a couple of times a day. Bev took the skill acquisition of an athlete into powerlifting. And that's motor pattern skill.
I remember that because she wrote an article somewhere about that because I read it when I was in high school. And at the time, I was a supervisor of the class of weight training in high school. I didn't train then. I trained at night with powerlifters. And I just, basically it was I allowed the coaches to go to McDonald's to smoke cigarettes and drink coffee as I just took attendance while people sat on machines that didn't do anything. Worked out great for me, worked out great for them. But after this is why I remember this, is because after that, because I'm sitting there for three sessions or 3 courses, I started squatting the bar, started benching the bar, and started deadlifting the bar every single day that I was in that class. And then, because then it just became habit. It's like 5 sets of 10 or whatever it was, because I saw no downside. I'm like, if I'm not using really any weight here, or if I only use like 135 or whatever it was at the time, was not heavy, then I'm reinforcing the technique that, now some of the technique I was reinforcing probably wasn't good.
As good as you knew though.
But it was as good as what I knew at the time. But that brought that memory back.
Yeah.
Because I did this for fucking 1.5 years.
Yeah.
You know, except for summer. I didn't do it summer. But that was part of my training though. Because when I would go into the gym, that, I guess if I had a warm up, that was my warm up. I'm doing all 3.
Yep.
You know, then before I leave, I'm going to do all 3.
Yes.
You know, and it was just the bar, whatever it was, because I knew that was the difference maker, was technique. And she said something about it, and she benched more than me, you know, at the time, you know, so.
She did. Guys would walk out of the gym when she walked in.
Yeah, and she squatted more. I mean, it resonated, because coming from being a wrestler, I'm like, this just all makes sense. You know, I completely fucking forgot about that, by the way. Completely forgot about all that. I should have more people do that. You know? Well,
it comes down to my rehab. You're doing the exercises I prescribe you twice a day, every day for 3 months.
Yeah.
They're not loaded. They're motor patterning. They're creating the skill to which we then put load.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you're doing it once a day for eternity.
Yeah. I mean, to me, stuff like that's easy. But that's not hard.
Yeah. And that's why I'm just the lower level of the underpinning of where the problem occurred. Off you go.
Mm-hmm. So from when that course, because I got off track there, that course that you're talking about, is that developed now, or you're in the process of
developed
developing
now? Probably online in about 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, the first thing I'm associated with is an educational for trainers, especially the Gen Pop trainers, and that's called United Health Education. And that was me with Danny Antonellis. She's a bikini pro and an osteopath. And Julie, my wife, who's got a master's degree in nursing and has worked for about 30 years in group fitness. And that product, which is basically a glute encyclopedia of exercises plus programming and a community there, that one I think is launching next week.
Cool.
Yeah, so that's for giving people, especially those who do the Gen Pop work. This is the group that you learn a lot from. And my lumbar spine specifics, that's going to be coming up in about 6 or 8 weeks. And Matt and myself shot the shoulder course that everybody's been telling me to shoot and asking me, is it online? We did it yesterday. And so I would expect that will be out very soon. And that will be basically the best shoulder course for weight training, bench press specifics. I also do other work, as in, hey, if you're a strong man, I'll show you how to log lift a bit more effectively. This one's specific, the bench press shoulder pain solution and technique from Matt Wenning. That's the major work for this year.
So all this is going to be on your website, obviously.
Yes, it'll be on mine. I'll put it all out there.
All right, so there's the plug for that. So the link should be in the description already. Were there any topics you wanted to talk about I didn't bring up?
Oh, you bring up all the good topics.
I try.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about.
I also forget shit too.
Oh, I've done it so well. Yeah, there's a lot of major turning points, I think, in my life, but I would say that the 2 biggest things I was ever given as a gift was, now your job is to become the best in the world at something. Go. That's it. And then the other was, stop doing the shit you always know works. Try things you don't quite understand, because you know the stuff that works, you'll always be able to use that. Now find out what you don't know is related and try and do it on a daily basis. That's been my career developer. Yeah, every single day. Thinking about something for a different person, different movement. Does this do anything to that? I've never tested it. I'm going to do it today. So our life is really never work. We're in an intellectual pursuit. And that's where I think we go back to the impossible dream with Mike and myself. You know, at the end of the day, you're like peaceful and calm at your rest. And the world will be better for this. The one man scorned and covered with scars still strove with his last ounce of courage to reach the unreachable star. That's our purpose. And as Mike has, it's courage. Courage to keep pursuing the thing that you have passion for and never give up on that. Don't let anyone take it away. It's yours. That's your passion. That's why we're here at Table Talk. Yeah, this is your passion. As I say, to me, it's like walking into the Vatican here. I feel it's like, it's a religious experience. I'm looking up at the ceiling to see if Leonardo's painted your ceiling yet.
No.
This is like the Sistine Chapel. I'm expecting to see Ed Coe and Larry Pacifico up there, the whole thing. It's an honor to be here in the greatest of ways. I could look at it and say my 30-year career culminates in me being here today.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No, to feel like I've earned the right to be here.
Oh, you definitely have earned the right to be here. I want to thank you for coming out. This has been great. Guys, check out his links in the description. Check out his Instagram. There's stuff on YouTube, and obviously you got a lot of things coming up.
So much.
Again, I appreciate it, and we're done. You guys are selecting Marek for your telehealth platform needs. They have a couple different ways that they go about doing this. The first is through a self-selected experience. So there's a Table Talk panel, which is the full panel. That would be the panel that I personally get twice a year. That's checking everything. You name it, it's all there. The other panel is a checkup panel with a guided optimization. You're connected with a patient care coordinator, and the patient care coordinator will meet with you to determine what your needs are, thing to be able to help optimize your health or mitigate without judgment. So the discount code again is Table Talk, Marek Health, for all your hormone optimization and performance needs. As I want to call out the limited edition apparel, the link is in the description. As I've spoken about before, the limited edition apparel is apparel that I basically come up with. So some of the designs suck, some of them not so much. It's a weird thing. The ones that I think are going to do really well usually don't. The ones I think aren't going to do really well do really well. Either way, they're all limited runs, so it changes, every single month. But all limited edition items are tri-blend material with, the cut that everybody wants now that's a little bit tighter on their arms so they can show off how big their fucking arms are. The limited edition items directly support the podcast. So head over, pick up your shirt today. Could be a hoodie, Could be shorts. We got these ball hugger shorts right now, which I would never wear, but I was told they were super popular. But you know what? They were wrong, because they're still sitting there, and I probably should discount them right now. Anyhow, if you want to see the discount on the ball hugger shorts, head over to the limited edition apparel, link in the description box. The Swiss Symposium 2023. Yes, we are bringing this back to Columbus again. The date is October 20 and 21. Columbus, Ohio. Hilton, it's the same location it was last year. If you head over to the website, there's a big banner that links directly to Swiss. There's also a link in the description box so you can see who the presenters are as we are booking them for the symposium. The symposium has been going on for 20 years. It's, in my opinion, probably a little biased, but in my opinion, one of the best symposiums when it comes to strength and conditioning, sport medicine, therapy, physical therapy. Right now, the admission is 38% off or 48% off. Don't know. I'm not looking. I'm just kind of looking at the camera right now, but it's the early bird rate. That rate is until July 1st. So now is the best time for you to sign up. When you go to register, there's 3 different ways that you can register for the symposium. There's the general admission, which gets you into all the different lectures that you want to go to. The caveat is there's 3 or 4 lectures going on at the same time. So the second option allows you to purchase the videos of all the lectures for you to be able to watch at a later time. So that allows you and gives you access to everybody that's presenting if there's 2 people presenting at the same time that you would really like to see. The format that those are in is, it's a streaming service. So it's if you've ever purchased a training course from anybody before, it's very similar to that. So you log in, and then there's all the presentations that are there. You just click, you watch, you stream. It's how it works. The third option is the VIP option, and included in that is the Sunday after the symposium. A limited number of people will be coming out to our gym, the S5 compound at Elite FTS, with a handful, maybe a little bit more of the presenters that are there, just to train, to hang out, have some barbecue, have a good time. And that, again, is limited on the attendance. It's already 50% sold out, or 50% of the spots left, depending on how you want to look at it. Go to the link in the description. We'll have more information about the Swiss throughout the podcast as we move forward. We have a lot of the presenters booked for the podcast, so we'll be talking more about it. We'll see you there. Rooms, I'm not going to relive that. I've told the story a million fucking times before. I remember one of the Toledo meets. I think you were, Todd was lifting, Chuck was lifting. I don't think you guys were lifting. It was a Toledo Hall of Fame meet, and I was competing against Florio, which is kind of a big thing for me, because Florio helped me out too when I was younger. And I beat him, but he beat me because he weighed less, which